Bien, buenos días.
Good morning. My name is Raimundo Pérez Hernández Itorra. I'm director of the Ramon Areces Foundation, on whose behalf I greet you very warmly and say good morning to you. And together with this, I want to thank you for being here. And the team from MIT, which is here represented by my good friend Eduardo Garrido. I'd like also to send warm greetings to Klaus Schlasser, who was a colleague of mine who unfortunately wasn't able to travel from Boston. And I want to especially thank Professors Stephen Spear, Michael Schrage, and Roberto Rigobon, who have traveled from the US and are going to take part. And they're going to deal with interesting topics and current topics like the following topics. First of all, how winning organizations lead in their fields to obtain competitive advantage. Secondly, how a generative AI can transform decisions in companies. Thirdly, the age of AI, general GPT technologies, including electricity, the engine, internal combustion engine, internet, AI, are described as disruptive. These technologies often generate important increases in productivity for workers whose abilities complement the new technologies, but they can also take over and compete with people. Research has as its objective to identify the capacities which today complement AI and automation, as well as those that will do so in the future. We present findings on the kind of occupations that will be improved by AI and what occupations run the risk of being eliminated. The issue is really very currently a hot issue, and it's a priority for the Ramon Areces Foundation, which, as you know, is devoted to financing science and research, human capital through scholarships and grants, and dissemination in society of the new ideas in thought and science in the world. Nobody better than the representatives from MIT could illustrate how a novel recent phenomenon is beginning to transform a lot of the procedures, processes, methods, and management systems in the world. AI is opening up new fields that were not suspected for general science and the economy. And it's an invasive phenomenon in the positive sense of the word, which is going to affect all areas of knowledge and management. And it is here to stay, and we don't yet know exactly to what extent it's going to affect us in our everyday life, personally and professionally. Finally, I want to reiterate that I'm very satisfied, and the Foundation is very satisfied to collaborate with an institution like MIT, such a prestigious and high-quality institution, which has more than 100 Nobel Prizes in its history, if I'm not mistaken, and their dedication to projects for the future of interest to all. My dear Eduardo, we've been working together for many years, and we've been through collaboration, and finally we've become friends. We are very serious about what we do, but we share a sense of humor. The only Argentinian I know who doesn't like football. Finally, I hope you enjoy this meeting, which we're all going to find interesting, this new revolution of AI. Thank you very much. I pass the floor to Eduardo.
Como mienten los directores de Fundación, ¿no? Buenos días a todos.
Good morning. My name is Eduardo Garrido. I work at the Bureau of Corporate Relations at MIT, and I wanted to, first of all, express the solidarity, my personal solidarity and the MIT solidarity with the tragedy in Valencia, and I hope you recover soon from such a tragedy. We're going to begin, as we usually do, with a brief introduction to who we are and what we're doing, what we do at the MIT. This is the building, the AI Center at MIT, built by Frank Che, who's the architect that built the Guggenheim in Bilbao, Frank Gehry. And it's an emblem of modernity and how this modernity is reflected at MIT. Now, the MIT is focused on the practical application of knowledge. Our motto is mind and hands. Everything we do with an aim to solve the problems of humanity or the challenges of industry. Nothing we do is not applied in practical life. And these are a few examples. Students from day one work on specific projects to develop their abilities. This is a bird's eye view of the dome of MIT seen from the Cambridge side. On the other side is Boston. The Charles River is in the middle. And there are 5 schools within MIT. The most well-known is the engineering school. The business school is the Sloan Management School. We have professors here today from there. It's one of the top 5 in the world. The College of Computing is not yet a school, but it's been recently created, and it brings together everything that has to do with AI and computing. There is no discipline in the MIT that does not use AI or computing. The Science School, which the Humanities, Arts and Social Sciences School, and this is in brackets because there are many very strong departments, but the 2 most well-known are the Department of Economy and the Department of Political Science. And recently, as you know, there are 2 Nobel Prizes in economy that are associated with MIT that teach here at the MIT. Professors Moglo and Johnson, and then the Architecture School, which is the number 2 in the country. In addition to that, MIT has more than 65 centers, laboratories, and programs. And to give you an idea of the dimension of all this, there are about 1,100 full-time professors, about 5,800 researchers, if we include the visiting researchers. We have 105 Nobel Prizes in our history, including the recent award winners, and about 12,000 students, and 2/3 are postgraduate students. And as you see, there is a large percentage of women, which is growing. We've made a huge effort to get women to work in basic science. And from the point of view of research, MIT itself, without the Lincoln Lab, there are $200 million invested annually in research, and 20% is financed by industry, approximately 20%. And to give you an idea, in 23, 362 patents were given. The Lincoln Lab is a lab that is funded with federal funds and works with the Department of Defense and NASA, and it's managed by MIT, and many professors, lecturers teach in both places, the MIT and the lab. MIT is in Kendall Square, what you see there, just before the Longfellow Bridge, Kendall Square. I have the luxury of working in this office here, the last building before the bridge begins that communicates Cambridge and Boston. This corner here, Bazar Street with Main Street, according to Wire magazine, will generate between 1% and 2% of the future global economy. And this is because within this radius are the main centers of research, biotechnology companies, Pfizer, Moderna, and many institutes that are very famous that work in cancer research. There are many challenges, horizontal, transverse challenges that we face that run through all the disciplines at MIT. One is the energy initiative, which has 8 low-carbon centers. We focus a lot on sustainability and how to use alternative energies better. Obviously, the digital world, everything that has to do with AI, which is the topic today. And then a recent initiative that brings together all the sustainability initiatives within a project called the MIT Climate Project. Climate change and the potential of improving the world are key areas within MIT. Everybody's talking about sustainability. The Schwarzman College of Computing recently created the MIT Nanotechnology Center, which is right in the middle of the campus. It costs $400 million, and it's open to all MIT researchers, but also researchers from other universities, and also for companies that need to use this sophisticated equipment to research into nanotechnology, and then the future of labor. I'm going to talk about what we do at the Corporate Relations Office. Our main program is the Industrial Liaison Program, and this is the main portal of access to MIT, not the only one, but the main one. We work with the other centers, but the Sloan Center, for instance, has people that interact with industry. We work with the whole of MIT. Our mission is to connect both worlds. The needs of the industry, recruiting talent, training executives and the workforce, and that fits in with the increase of human capital and training at MIT. At MIT, what we do is we research, but the final goal is to collaborate with industry and generate applied research and development. And finally, the objective of transferring knowledge and marketing ideas through spin-offs, startups, or by licensing the technology that we generate. My work, is to be an intermediary between both worlds so that those worlds speak to each other. Another initiative we have at the Corporate Relations Office is the Startup Exchange Program, which emerged about 9 years ago at the request of the industry. We listened to the industry, and they wanted a vehicle to coordinate or to work with startups that are associated with MIT, and that is why we launched this initiative. We manage the relationship with about 1,000 startups that have patents from MIT or have been created by graduates from MIT. Briefly, the innovation chapter. A lot is said about innovation. At the end of the day, there are several definitions, but one potential one is the process of carrying ideas from their conception to the market. So innovation has to be applied specifically in the world and have an impact in the industry or in the world. If it doesn't have an impact, if it doesn't add value, it can't be called innovation. An example, we have a picture of a professor, Robert Langer, who launched more than 50 companies. And MIT, we like professors to start up companies, and this is something distinctive about us. It is something that we promote. We like to promote local economic development and the professional future of our graduates. And one area is launching startups. These are some examples of innovation. Plasma Science Infusion Center that launched infusion systems, and they're working on the first reactor, commercial reactor, nuclear fission commercial reactor. The goal is for ships, spaceships, and companies to have the possibility of having a nuclear reactor, and we're working on it. They've launched a very powerful superconductor, which allows magnets to have the possibility of having higher outlet energy than what is needed, and therefore the reactor can function. Kendall Square is identified as the most innovative square mile in the world. Why? Because we at MIT and in Cambridge in general, we've created an ecosystem of innovation that is very powerful, involving entrepreneurs, startups from MIT and other universities, the funds, capital that is always present, seeking new ideas, the industry, which is very interested in connecting early with these startups to incorporate those advances into their challenges, the government, which launches a lot of initiatives to support the entrepreneur network, and universities, not only MIT, we have our cousins at Harvard and other universities that have other initiatives. And this sets up a very strong ecosystem, which is basically based in Kendall Square. And I'll just give you a screenshot to go into this. This is a picture of some of the initiatives that are involved in the different activities. We have many, many initiatives that have to do with innovation and entrepreneurship, but also services that allow entrepreneurs to apply or to use co-working spaces at the Innovation Center where you can hire an office, a table for as long as you like, or the lab center that allows the pharma startups to use very sophisticated equipment that they couldn't afford themselves. Investors, but I want to also mention the corporate laboratories. A lot of the innovation comes from corporate labs, and there's an excellent interaction between those labs and MIT. And in summary, to finish, at MIT, what we pursue is interdisciplinary research that focuses on creating impact. We want scientific excellence combined with entrepreneurship and a culture of marketing. Ideas have to reach the market. And all the main actors involved in the innovation ecosystem are very close to each other in order to make it easier for them to interact. And this is what I wanted to tell you this morning. Thank you very much. And now we're going to go to Professor Stephen Spear, who I am going to introduce as soon as I disconnect this. Good. The first speaker today is Professor Dr. Stephen Spear, creator of the I2Solve firm. He's senior lecturer at the MIT Sloan School of Management and senior fellow at the Institute for Healthcare Improvement. He has published many publications, High Velocity Hedge and many other publications, which has been translated into Spanish with a different title. He's going to tell us about how winning organizations free up entrepreneurial brilliance to obtain competitive advantage. The floor is yours, Professor Spear.
Thanks. Is this clear? Good morning. I just want to start with some thank yous. First to the Foundation for the hospitality and setting this up, but beyond that, just the basic ethos is as Eduardo was explaining, the ethos at MIT is hands and minds. That you just can't be hypothetical and just think about things sort of sitting on a rock with your chin on your hand, but you actually have to try and test your ideas in practice, and then have the experience of the hands, the ideas in practice, and what you learn from that inform the mind, and then the mind back and forth into the hands. Another part of the ethos at MIT was this idea of problem focus. And Eduardo had that one slide which showed all these different efforts at MIT, and if you notice that all of them were problem focused. That yes, we do have our departments because that's where we teach people the basics in a specialty, and they advance in their careers and gain more skill and demonstrate that skill within a specialty, but it all comes together in these centers and these laboratories which are defined around problems. And so again, to my thanks to the Foundation for hosting this today, yes, for the hospitality and for the logistics, but also for the ethos of being a problem-focused organization that tries to bring the perspective of people from different experiences, different expertise together in pursuit of generating and delivering into society good solutions, good useful solutions. So thank you to our hosts. So in terms of my own work, first of all, let me just step back for a second. We have the artificiality of two languages, translation, this and that. I do encourage you to interrupt. Just by way of personal background, I grew up in New York City. That's not a place where one gets a chance to finish a thought or a sentence. I have 3 children, young adults. In the 20-plus years I've been a parent, I've not often finished a thought or a sentence. And I live in Boston now with colleagues who are very, let's say, intellectually energetic. And in a conversation with them, one rarely gets the chance to finish a thought or a sentence without an objection. We call that a refutation, I suppose. So at any point, if you want to ask a question, challenge anything I've said, feel free. It would make me feel quite at home. In terms of personal background, I joke that I've had a 30-year fascination with the number 4, and this again goes back to my first experiences at MIT. I got to MIT in the 1980s when the Japanese industrial threat to American manufacturing was really quite frightening, and MIT really took a leadership role in defining and explaining the nature of that threat. So there was a young graduate student at the time, a guy named John Krafsick, who was finishing up his master's thesis, and he did a study of in the auto industry. At the time, it was the most important industry in the world, that I suppose in petroleum. And he did a comparison across all the final assembly plants in the world. And what he found is that, and this is no surprise, that on any given day, most of these final assembly plants needed the same number of people, needed the same number of resources to make more or less the same amount of product. And that product was more or less the same in terms of quality, functionality, that kind of thing. But within that group of 186, there were 5. And on any given day, in those 5, half the people needed half the resources and other things to create twice the output. So it was half in, twice out, hence the number 4, in terms of the effectiveness of those organizations in creating and delivering value to society than their peers. Now, the number 4 is actually a gross underestimation of the advantages they had, because not only did they make half the input and twice the output, but the output was much better. It was a much better fit to societal need. The initial quality was much higher. The durability was much better. So the number 4 is actually a wild underestimation of the advantage they had over their peers. So everything was the same, but for the outcome. Now, the thing is, if this was just limited to the auto industry, it would be sort of interesting, but not very useful, except we see this everything the same, but for outcome replicated throughout society. So in the world of smartphones, Nokia was once the world leader on that. They're barely a presence now. Now the standards are set by Samsung and Apple. In the world of cutting-edge tech, Yahoo and Google, those organizations had opportunity to start in the same place at the same time with the same opportunities, and yet now Yahoo is more or less an afterthought. I think I know one person, maybe 2, who have a Yahoo email account. I've not met anyone in the last 5, 10 years who's actually gone to Yahoo for information. Everyone goes to Google. Now, to continue this a little bit further, if it was just Apple, Google, and some of these others, you might be able to say, oh, well, they have visionary leadership, which is true, no doubt. But there are also examples across a broad number of sectors where there's a before and an after case. And the beauty of a before and after case, you can't make an excuse anymore. You can't say, oh, well, it's just autos, it's just Toyota. You can't say, and they had a visionary leader, which they did, still do. You can't say it's, well, it's just Google, they had visionary leadership, it's just Apple had visionary leadership. Because when you have before and after, it truly is, everything is the same but for outcome, everything including the people. And without going into all the details, we have examples here of very difficult technical situations. Pratt & Whitney designing jet engines, which before and after, they took the design cycle time from 4 years down to 3. The engineering change orders as a proxy for quality and cost down by half. And they went from losing a whole series of contracts to winning a gigantic contract on the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter. We've had examples in healthcare. Again, everything is the same, including the people. Everything is the same, but for outcomes where they drove to 0 the chance of a patient getting an adverse event like a missed medication, patient fall, wrong side surgery, while doubling the capacity of the facility. And then in Intel, there was many examples of being able to be more effective in generating and delivering value to society while everything remained the same. Now, when we start thinking about this, everything is the same, but for outcome, it kind of drives ourselves in the direction of, well, what can be the source of that difference? Everything the same, but for the outcome. And really, the only thing left is the management systems, because everything is the same, but for the outcome. And in particular, when we say, well, what is the difference between the management system at Toyota and the before and the afters, Pratt & Whitney after versus before, some of these Intel examples after versus before, some of these hospitals after versus before, Google versus Yahoo, Apple and Samsung versus Nokia. What's the difference in the management systems? Is that the assertion we make is that in the leaders, those who are half in and 4 out or more, that there they recognize that a very important reason their organization exists is to solve very, very hard problems. Back to the MIT reference, I suppose. That the organization exists. Now, we tend to think about that foundations exist to help solve difficult problems. Universities, institutes exist to solve hard problems. But in fact, organizations of any type exist to solve hard problems, because if we didn't have hard problems to solve, if all we need is to have transactions, then the economists would tell us, well, solve that problem in the marketplace. No need to have an organization with all the inefficiencies that might imply. We don't need an organization to solve hard problems. And so in this, I have a couple of screenshots up here of some other stuff I've written. But in this new book, my co-author and I say, all right, we've spent a long time sort of implying that the winners win because of their efficacy in solving hard problems. In this book, we just come out and say the whole reason the organization exists is to solve hard problems, and the whole job of leaders is to create conditions in which it's easier versus harder to solve hard problems. And so in the book, we start with an example that's about as simple as we could think of two guys trying to move a couch. And the reason that's about as simple as it gets, because fewer than two guys is one guy moving a chair. So that's about as simple a collaborative problem solving as you have. Now, the reason we picked moving a couch is we've all had that experience, where at some point, probably when we were younger than older, that we had to move a couch, or we had to move a mattress, or we had to move a bed, or we had to move a dresser, or some other heavy, awkward, large piece of furniture as we move from one location to another. And we all have had the experience that when we looked at that thing, we said, this is just a matter of brawn. I've got the biceps, the pecs, the delts, whatever else I need to move that heavy piece of furniture. We also know that if we just pick up the furniture without thinking about it ahead of time, we jam a finger, stub a toe, bang the furniture, ruin the paint on the wall when we bang into it. And we learned quickly from experience that in order to move this big, heavy, awkward piece of furniture, the first thing we had to do was have conversation. That pre-production, we had to have the pre-production problem solving with our colleague to figure out, this thing is heavy, who's going to lift which end? This thing is awkward, where do we grab it so it's balanced? Do we have to go through a door? How do we stand it up on its end or pitch it on its side to get through the door? If we have to go upstairs, who goes first, who goes second? As we're going up the stairs, who sets the pace? The person at the top of the couch or the bottom of the couch? As we go down the stairs, who sets the pace? The person at the bottom or at the top? How do we get around a corner if it's a tight corner? And we know that if before moving the couch, pre-production, we do this collaborative, cross-functional problem solving, we're more likely to get to a good answer than a bad answer. That we're more likely to move the couch without jamming a finger, stubbing a toe, banging into a wall, dropping the couch, and so on and so forth. Now, here's what we try to assert in the book, is that if moving a couch requires so much commitment and focus on creating good problem-solving conditions in order to do so, what about real work? If two guys lifting up a couch and moving it down a hallway and up or down a flight of stairs requires so much problem solving, what about the real work of engineering and of technology, engineering, science, so on and so on? And again, it's not only just the individual who has to solve problems, because all the work we do, whether it's moving a couch or something more sophisticated, the work we do is many, many people doing individual work, which needs to integrate into collective action towards common purpose. And if moving the couch requires all this collaborative problem solving pre-production so we can move the couch safely and well, certainly that's the case. Certainly that's the case for more sophisticated work. So anyway, let me just take a pause. How are we doing so far? So far, so good? No objections. All right, good. If you want to object, please, like I said, feel free. New York upbringing, 3 young adults as children. So continuing this further, when we start thinking about organizations existing as platforms in which people can solve hard problems, we also offer is that there's 3 layers at which we have to think about creating good conditions for solving problems. And certainly in the environment of talking about MIT and talking about science and engineering and technology, it's, I think, pretty understandable that we have to worry about layer 1, which is the object in front of us. So what I mean by the object on the benchtop in front of us is a mechanical engineer might worry about a gear and the material properties of that gear, the shape of that gear so it doesn't grind and it transmits force successfully. Eduardo made reference to all the biotech occurring in the Kendall Square neighborhood of MIT. So the object on the benchtop in front might be a gene, or for the health sciences, a tumor. And there's a huge amount of expertise that's required to just understand the thing on which we're working. That's one part. Layer 2 expertise is that most of the things which we study, most of the things we try to create, most of the things we try to manipulate, most of the things on which we try to express our intelligence, we can't do it directly with our bare hands, minds and hands aside. We have to do it through instrumentation. And as we know, whatever profession we have, is that there's a huge amount of expertise required just to understand the instrumentation through which we work. And then the third layer, and this is where we get difference between the very best and everybody else, is that every organization worries about the expertise on the benchtop needed to manipulate objects on the benchtop in front of us. And every organization worries about the expertise required to use the instrumentation through which we express, literally, figuratively, express what's our minds through our hands onto those objects. But there's a third layer. And this is what we call the social circuitry overlay of processes and procedures. Now, very often when people hear the term process or procedure, they think bureaucracy. They think, oh, some bureaucrat wrote a process, some bureaucrat wrote a procedure, and now they're going to insist that we work this way, even if it doesn't make any sense. We've all had that frustration. Earlier, before this conversation, I was talking to someone, a reporter who focuses on healthcare. He says, yes, but we have public healthcare, and we're subject to the rules and regulations of the public sector, and those are so deterministic in terms of what people are allowed to do. So we can all appreciate the frustration we often have with what seem to be command and control situations. But let me explain this term social circuitry. When we use that term in wiring the winning organization, we don't mean circuitry as a metaphor. We mean it quite literally. Because when one thinks about what a technical circuit does at layer 1 on objects or layer 2 on instrumentation, a circuit allows the flow of something which is concentrated in one location, but where it's not necessarily needed, and allows the flow of that, that thing to where it's in low concentration, but actually in demand. So an electrical circuit allows charge to go from where it is to where that charge is needed. A plumbing, that's what plumbing is. Plumbing is a circuit which allows pressurized fluids and gases to go from where they are to where they're needed to have some type of reaction or some sort of consequence. Now, we start thinking about what processes and procedures do in an organization. They also have circuit-like qualities. Because when we're trying to do work, particularly work that requires collaboration, and particularly work that requires collaboration to solve problems, there's someone who knows something over here. But they already know it, but they may not be using it. And there's someone over here who may not know it, but needs that expertise. And why do we have a process? To allow the minds of those people to merge in some fashion so that the whole is much greater than the sum of the parts. There may be someone who has a resource over here that's needed over here. We have a process, a procedure, so we can get from where it is to where it's needed in a way with low viscosity, low loss, et cetera, et cetera. And so when we start thinking about organizations and achieving this half in, twice out advantage, we have to really think about is not only expertise on layers 1 and layer 2, but we have to think about the social circuitry that exists on layer 3. Now, in particular, when we start thinking about the efficacy of that social circuitry in creating conditions in which we can solve really hard problems far harder than moving even the heaviest, most awkward couch, we can start thinking about conditions that make it hard to solve problems versus conditions that make it easier. And in the book, we distinguish between the catchy phrase, I suppose, danger zone problem solving versus winning zone. And the danger zone is familiar, right? Which is we're asked to solve really, really hard problems where there are a lot of factors that have to be considered simultaneously. We have little time to actually focus on this. We have little control over the situation. Anytime we try to exercise control over the situation, there's actually some risk or hazard involved in it. And because we have little time and we're under pressure to get it done, get it done, get it done, get it done, we may have very few iterations to actually arrive at a solution. Now you start thinking about it. When we think about what is the essence of a problem A problem is a situation where we understand too little to actually have control over the situation. So the root cause of any problem, no matter what the technical root causes of it are, the root cause of any problem is ignorance. We just don't understand how to have control. And so if we want to actually have knowledge, we want to have understanding of how to control a situation so we don't have problems, we have to have knowledge. And so the gap between ignorance and knowledge is learning. So anyway, back to the danger zone. If we give people too little time to get the learning cycles in, they won't arrive at a solution. So anyway, what's the characteristic of the winning zone then? It's everything like the danger zone, but the opposite. That the problems somehow have been reconfigured so it's not so many factors interplaying with so many other factors all at the same time, but in fact it's a few things that we can characterize, we can consider, we can understand, we have some control over them. When we try to exercise control, the risks are low. We have opportunity to get the learning loops involved. And so the assertion we make is when we start looking at organizations that perform very, very well versus those that don't, and link this back to the only difference can possibly be the management systems. Or as my colleague keeps saying, he keeps using the term management system, don't you mean culture? And if we mean culture by a consistent set of beliefs and behaviors, yes, then culture. That the organizations that consistently win are those that deliberately, consistently try to move from the danger zone to the winning zone. And so what I'll do is I'll give you some examples of this. And I'll start, because my roots are looking at the automotive industry, I'll start with this. And many of you may have been exposed to or even subject to quote unquote lean manufacturing thinking. So I'll blow through that very quickly, but just actually before I get into that. So when we start thinking about how to move from the danger zone to the winning zone, what we want to do is change the conditions in which we're trying to solve problems. And so the first thing we want to do is make sure that when people are trying to solve problems, we actually get them out of a situation where their behavior has to be stimuli, response, action, reaction, impulsive, intuitive, habitual, biased, and get them from a situation when they're acting in a sort of a mindless fashion into a more mindful fashion. And so we call that mechanism slowification. Recognizing that we have a problem because we don't understand the situation enough to control it, we have to step back from what we've been doing, from what we've always been doing, take the breath, work with our colleagues, and pre-production, like with the couch moving, pre-production, slow things down so we can actually be in a mindful fashion, generate new thinking and new doing, minds and hands, towards having a solution. So that's mechanism one. Mechanism two is, if mechanism one, slowing things down, is to make the problem solving easier to do, mechanism two is making the problems easier to solve. And we'll have some examples of that, breaking the whole into more manageable bite-sized pieces. And then the third mechanism we talk about is amplification, making it obvious that you have a problem in the first place that needs attention, that there's something wrong here. You don't have control because you don't have capability, you don't have understanding. And because you don't have that capability and understanding, you have to slow down, spend some time solving the problem, simplifying the situation so you can then exert control over it so you don't have problems. And so as far as examples now in terms of slowification, simplification, and amplification, I'll make references first. So in the manufacturing environment, people use terms 4S, 5S, all sorts of things. You start thinking about this when you talk to someone who works in a physical work environment, they'll talk about all the advantages of going from a situation which is messy to a situation which is orderly. And when you hear that explanation, often it sounds like someone who's sort of more anal retentive and very picky human and otherwise like that. But again, bringing the focus back to the conditions in which the human mind tries to express its creativity. When we have work environments which are sloppy, most of the human mind's attention is actually spent on just trying to find things. And this is certainly true in the factory setting, but it's true in the laboratory setting, it's true in the healthcare setting, that you watch people in organizations which don't perform poorly, but just perform typically, and you watch how people spend their time. Most of their time is spent scavenging, looking for the things they need. We've done this study on nurses, for example, where we'll watch a nurse who's trained to evaluate patients, diagnose patients, treat patients, follow up on patients, educate patients and families. And when we watch what nurses actually do, they look for stuff. Now, I just want to put this in some perspective, is that and you can talk to my colleagues who know technology better than I do, but I think we're in the fifth industrial revolution. Fifth industrial revolution, we have figured out not only how to get machines to do the heavy lifting that we do, they can probably move a couch better than we can, but they can do some of the thinking that we used to have to do. So that's good. Fifth industrial revolution. Before the Industrial Revolution was various agricultural revolutions. And what was the agricultural revolutions was to give us a chance to actually know where our food was coming from so we didn't have to look for our food. And before the agricultural revolution was a nomadic society, which we knew where our food was, but we just had to follow it around all day, right, to make sure that we had access to the food when we got hungry. And before that was scavenging. Before nomadic lifestyle was scavenging. Now you look inside some of the most sophisticated organizations in the world, and what are people doing? They're scavenging. And it makes no flipping sense. Why is it in world-class hospitals, world-class engineering firms, world-class technical firms, people are spending the bulk of their time looking for the resources they need to do work? They're looking for medications, they're looking for equipment, they're looking for supplies, they're looking for instructions, they're looking for technical requirements, and this is across the board. And whether it's a hospital, an engineering firm like Pratt & Whitney, an engineering firm like Intel, people are scavenging. Now, I just want to put in mind just how ridiculous it is that we're asking people to scavenge, that most of the time they're spent solving problems is not on layer 1 problems, objects, or layer 2 problems, how to use instrumentation. It's just finding the things they need. So our budget for thinking, so we eat about 2,000 calories a day, which is about a slice of bread per hour, and our brain uses a quarter of those calories. So we start thinking about the total budget we have to solve problems every hour. It's about the quarter of a slice of bread. That's about it. So you start thinking about if you're responsible for other people and you see them in this scavenging behavior, realize this is their whole budget, the corner of a slice of bread to solve problems, and you're using that entire budget to find things like technical requirements and instructions and the person with whom they have to collaborate, rather than using that very limited budget on the problem in front of them. So what we start seeing when we start seeing some of these very literal things, like cleaning up the workspace so people don't have to scavenge, what are we really doing? We're reducing the confusion about the environment so that limited budget of problem-solving energy can be applied onto real problems for which the solution has value to society. And also in that world, Toyota long ago invented this idea that if there is a problem, amplification, that the work should stop immediately, because the work is now telling us that we don't understand the work. And if we don't understand the work, what we're now going to do is continue to work very, very hard, not creating value that someone else will appreciate. This goes back to the founder of the Toyota dynasty, a guy named Sakichi Toyota, who wasn't an automaker. He was a young man growing up in a rural agricultural society, village. And the mythology within Toyota is he's watching women do work every day, trying to weave fabric on hand-powered looms. And the way the story goes is that it broke his heart to see that when a thread broke on the loom, if the woman was not aware of the thread breaking, she would continue to weave fabric, discovering only when she took the bolt of fabric off the loom that she created fabric with a run, very low value. And so Mr. Toyota came up with this invention that if a thread broke, the operator would not continue to use the loom to create fabric. She would stop, and the loom, not only would it stop, a little flag would pop up to indicate which thread was broken so that you could restring the thread and continue to make something that someone else would value. Now, tying this in, what did Mr. Toyota really do? Is that when the thread broke, the situation was no longer in control of the operator. It had gotten confusing, it had gotten complex, it had gotten out of control. And what he said is what we need to do is when we've lost control of the situation, we need to know early, we need to know often, we need to know when the problem is still a little problem before it has opportunity to become a big problem. And Toyota's famous for other things about this amplification, but the consistent theme of all of them is that when we go from a situation from when we're in control to losing control, we know early, we know often, so we can raise our hand and say, hey, a problem has just emerged. The problem reveals we are plagued by ignorance, and we have to slow down to solve the problem, to now gain better understanding, better capability, better understanding, so we have control over the situation. How are we doing so far? So far, so good? All right, now, just as an example of this in practice, this issue of moving from a confused state to not, I've had the real honor and privilege of working with hospitals in the United States. And again, you look at a hospital and you're just impressed. The number of people who show up at work every day, so wildly motivated to be in a caring profession, so hardworking, first to go through all the education necessary to qualify to be in their part of the caring professions, so committed every day to show up at work and show up at work to find people who are suffering from an illness, an injury, an ailment, and make that part of their lives committed to alleviating the suffering of another human being. It's truly inspirational. Problem is, in the healthcare setting, and this was true in the United States, I can't speak for Spain, what was happening is too often patients were suffering harm at the hands of their well-intentioned, well-educated, well-equipped care providers. And when we started looking at why this was, we realized this was not a layer 1 problem of people not understanding the ailment. It was not a layer 2 problem of people not understanding the instrumentation through which they worked. It was all layer 3 problems. Procedures and processes that didn't support the care provider in the moment of trying to provide care, putting them in a danger zone of confusion, of chaos, where they couldn't provide care. And just as one example, there was one case where a nurse inadvertently administered, instead of heparin to clean a line and, again, provide good care for a patient, they gave the patient several dose injection of insulin, causing grave harm to the patient. And when it was asked why this was, the nurse certainly cared about the well-being of the patient. That's why they tried to do what they were doing. It was a well-trained nurse. It was a well-experienced nurse. But what was the situation? He had gone to do this medication administration at the end of a night shift, already in a danger zone in terms of solving problems. He had done it in the room of a patient who was sleeping, so the lights were dimmed. Again, more danger zone in terms of the quality of the conditions to solve problems. He had gotten, for his resources, he'd gone out to a cart which stored different types of medications, where the medications were all in similar vials of similar size and shape and coloration and tactile feel. They were located next to each other. And so when he tried to solve the problem of clearing this line for the patient, he inadvertently walked into a situation where it was nearly impossible to do the right thing, and he did grave harm. Now, in terms of leaders taking on responsibility for layer 3 problems, getting people out of the danger zone into the winning zone, one of my professional heroes is a fellow named Rick Shannon. And Rick was a very, very senior doctor at a hospital in Pittsburgh, and he was trying to deal with this issue of inadvertent harm done to patients. And Rick realized that it wasn't lack of commitment, because the people didn't enter the caring professions in Pittsburgh or anywhere else lacking commitment. It wasn't lack of training. They screened on that. It wasn't lack of capability. They screened on that. It was lack of conditions in which to do the right thing easily and well. And so Rick made a commitment. He told his fellow doctors, he told nurses, pharmacists, technicians, and this was the key part, the residents and the interns. If you find yourself in a situation that's confusing, you're in the danger zone, don't persist. Don't try to figure it out on the fly. Don't keep sort of muscling on through to get the job done. He didn't have the words at that time. He said, I want you to amplify. I want you to raise a hand, call it out, page me, beat me, get my attention, say, this is a situation I don't fully understand. I don't feel fully competent, so that we can pause production, slowify, step back, solve problems. And it turned out that the problem they were dealing with was infections that were associated with people getting central lines. What's a central line? It's a tube that goes into the body, but in creating an easy way to provide medication is also a very easy way for bacteria to get inside and do all sorts of mischief. And so too many patients were suffering these infections, and really very costly to deal with. And there was no solution. What there was 42 different confusion points that they discovered. And the way they eliminated this was not to come up with one grand single solution, a bunch of people in a room thinking, but it was this culture, this behavior of, if you're in the danger zone trying to solve a problem, raise your hand so we can get you to the winning zone, and step back and deal with a problem and a problem and a problem and a problem, and get to a good situation. How are we doing so far? All right. And Eduardo, I apologize. I stood up here and didn't look to see how I was doing on time. So how much time do I have left?
25 minutes.
Oh, plenty. All right, so again, 25 minutes. I don't have actually 25 minutes of content, so you have to have 25 minutes of interruption. So just some more examples to take this out of the physical workspace. So in the world of IT, like any other community, there's lots and lots of buzzwords. And what I'll do is just address a couple of these now, just to say that for all the buzzwords, what they really are doing is creating conditions in which people can get out of the danger zone of trying to solve problems into the winning zone. So for example, in the IT world, there was this approach. It had a term in English, at least, of the waterfall approach for designing new systems. And what it was a bunch of people, presumably talented, smart, well-motivated people, would get together in a room and think really hard, really hard. I don't know if put their hands on their temples, but they thought really hard about the requirements that this system had to have. And after they thought really, really hard about what requirements the system might have, they took that full set of requirements and handed it over to engineers to construct the system that met all those requirements. And those engineers, thought really hard about the requirements and how they could be expressed in terms of code. So not only were they thinking hard, but they were typing very fast, undoubtedly, until they could say, we've created the system. And at which point then they would hand the system over to somebody else and say, it's now time for you to install and implement and operate the system, and then to somebody else to use the system. Now, the thing about that was this waterfall approach never, ever worked. That whatever the prediction was in terms of budget, in terms of time and money, the program always ran over, always ran over. And why is that? Because they were in the danger zone, that the people setting requirements are trying to think about the entirety of the system. They're trying to think about the entirety of the system with very limited feedback from other people who would either have to code or operate or use the system. So they're trying to solve the whole big, huge problem all at once. And that was rarely successful. So in the IT community, they came up with a term of agile. And they have a bunch of other terms, but agile is one of them. And what is agility? Basically, they're saying, we really failed over and over again about trying to set the requirements and code and install the whole thing all at once. They said, well, what can we have confidence on? They said, well, we can have confidence on actually the thing we know, the thing we know. And so how are we going to get to the thing we actually need? They said, well, we can take the thing we know and add a little bit of incremental novelty to it, and then we'll test that out. And they said, well, how are we going to test that out? We said, well, why don't we give it to someone and see how well they react to it? And so in the IT world, they came up with a bunch of terms on this. Agility is one, and then they have minimally viable product, and they have sprints and stand-up huddles. So let's unpack those and put those into plain English and translate it into plain Spanish, right? So what is a minimally viable product? It's the smallest thing you can hand to somebody else to find out what they dislike about it, right? So it's the smallest possible thing you can hand to someone to get amplification that you actually have a problem, right? And the reason you want to go with the smallest possible thing is the thing that you and they can understand most easily, because anything other than the smallest possible thing is going to be more complex. The other thing is anything other than the smallest possible thing will take you longer to construct, longer for them to use, longer for you to process their feedback, which will be harder to understand. So this whole notion in the agile movement of minimally viable products is it's the smallest possible thing. Why? It's the most understandable because it has the least novelty, and it's the thing I can get fastest feedback. And this whole notion of fast feedback amplification ties into this, more of their words, right? So they have minimally viable product, which is the smallest possible thing, and the reason they have sprints, right? Why do they have a sprint? They want the amplification sooner than later. And why they have stand-up huddles, not sit-down huddles, because stand-up implies also the same sense of urgency and haste to take the feedback, understand the feedback, process the feedback, and then come up with the next smallest possible thing to hand to someone and say, tell me what you dislike about it. Now, I just want to emphasize that, again, to my colleagues saying, Steve, why don't you use the word culture? So I'm going to use the word culture a second time, Michael. Second time. Is that you start thinking about this. This is not just a procedural change to design, build, and then hand off the smallest possible thing versus the entirety of the system. There's a cultural element here, which is the reason the agile person is handing you the smallest possible thing, and not to say, here, I am done. They're handing you the smallest possible thing for you then to say, here's what I don't like. Here's what I don't like. So when we start looking at these great organizations, those, the Toyota versus GM, Ford, and all the others, when we start looking at Google versus Yahoo and all the others, Apple and Samsung versus all the others, and we look at all the things that they've succeeded in solving problems to bring to the society in a way that's highly valued, we have to appreciate that behind the scenes there's a vast cultural difference going on, because all these tools and techniques all depend on the cultural of, I'm giving you the smallest possible thing so I can find out as fast as possible what you don't like, so now I can get with my colleagues in this cross-functional way, solve the problem you've just amplified to me so we can improve on it. And then hand you the next thing and have you come back and tell me what you don't like so I can step back with my colleagues, slowify in a cross-functional way and try and improve on by that, and then hand you the next smallest possible thing. Now, again, this is a procedural difference. Again, have we designed a big, huge, complex, integrated thing or the smallest possible thing? But there's such a profound cultural difference of why are we engaging? Because I need you to tell me what's wrong. And an even more particular cultural thing, I need you to tell me what I did wrong, that I'm not delighting you right now. Anyway, how are we doing on that? Yes, there's a question in the back. Let me. Yeah, so the question was, I'll just repeat it so going to the translator, is who's responsible for this cultural shift of let me hand you the thing that I hope is right versus I'm handing this thing to find out what's wrong. On that very first slide I said, and I'll come back to it, the job of a leader is to create conditions in which other people, the people for whom they're responsible, can solve really, really hard problems. That's the job of a leader. There's other jobs, but that's a really critical job, is to create those conditions in which people can solve really hard problems. And so to this cultural change of getting people into the behavior of handing something to somebody else to find out what's wrong with it, that starts with leaders modeling that behavior, coaching that behavior, giving examples of that behavior so other people say, that's what we do. That's what we do. We don't do this other thing, which is, oh, here, take this, and you're going to be happy with this thing. No. What we do is we hand people things to find out what's wrong. And if you'll indulge me on this, sort of an unplanned parenthetical, I was on the shop floor of a Toyota plant, and I'll keep coming back to that because just to, everything is the same, but the outcomes. 50 years they've led their industry, and it's a very competitive industry. So something going on there. And on the wall was something called the workplace development system. And I thought that was kind of odd, right? So I go up close, and we were working, it was explained to us that was on the wall was the summary and pictures and details of the individual problem-solving efforts that individual teams were taking on the shop floor. And individual teams are maybe 2 or 3 or 4 associates in a team before that team then got grouped into a group and so on and so forth. There's a lot of that. And so I was studying this, and I said, all right, so they call this the Workplace Management Development System. And I said, all right, I understand it as a workplace management system because it had a description of what was going on in the workplace, in production, and it was obviously for the purposes of management. This is not where they were actually making product. But I struggled on the term development. And then I realized they were using this to develop the people on the shop floor. They had made part of the routine committed time of leaders in that environment to teach other people how to solve problems. And they were using this, the development there wasn't development of the workplace, the development was development of the people to be good problem solvers so that more and more and more the organization was characterized by ideally everybody solving every problem every day rather than leaving it to a few. So to your question, how do we switch from one to the other? How do we get this change in belief, behavior, culture? Is leaders show how it's done. How's that work for you? Is that good? All right. Other questions? Yes.
Basically, when you move to the zone where we are supposed to move down there. You're changing people's role. You're changing the way people cooperate, and everything is about having a mission that everyone is clear about and everyone is working towards it. And it's all about performance. But when we see performance review, as it relates to employees, we see that they are still on the individual level, not at the team level. And so how can you actually implement this without changing the minds of HR and the leaders, that performance assessment should be at the level, at the team level?
Yeah, so your question about how do we change the environment in which people are behaving. And very often the behavior we have is a reaction to the environment. We like to think we act as individuals with all sorts of free will, and we do. We have to believe that. But very often we're expressing free will given the context we're in. And the context we're in may have all sorts of measurement and management approaches. So let me just offer something here, which is when we start thinking about what ails society, and this is an MIT event, so I feel a great liberty to say this, what ails society is things we've learned from Harvard Business School. And I'll explain that more solidly. At Harvard Business School, what they try to do is teach managerial decision making. And the way they teach that is at the beginning of every day, they hand their students a case. And inside a case is data. And they tell the student, come back tomorrow, having read the case and looked at the data, and figure out what the answer is for the protagonist in the case. And the problem with that, when you start thinking about it, it sounds very good, and they think that they're teaching problem solving by, or that to teach developing capability by solving problems. When you start thinking about that, they tell you that all the information you need is inside the case. And that in order to resolve the problem for the protagonist, the actor in the case, you have existing mental models that will help you analyze the data that's in the case. But we all know from actual life that very often when we have a problem, the reason we have the problem is we have so little understanding of the situation that we didn't bother collecting data in the first place. So the notion that, oh, here's data, solve the problem, very often is, it's the wrong data. Because if I better understood the situation to collect the right data in the first place, I wouldn't have the problem. And then it goes on further, which is, even if I had the data, if I had the right mental model, I probably wouldn't have this problem. And in fact, if I knew who was the protagonist in this case, who was the actor who had agency in the situation, I probably wouldn't have the problem either. So this whole notion of Harvard's approach to teaching management exclusively through this case study of, I've given you all the data and now come up with a decision, really, the way you really have to approach things is the MIT approach is, we have a problem. All right, let's get a group of people together to examine it. All right, so to your point around metrics and organization and HR, this does require a conversation with people in HR and metrics. Because you see this in lots of organizations. And I see this, you see this in healthcare, where how many patients did you see today? How many procedures did you do today? How many examinations did you do today? How many tests did you conduct today? I saw this, I'll give you an example. When really, what we should be asking people is, how many problems did you solve today? And back to my Toyota example about the workplace management development system. In a Toyota factory, they worry about how many cars they produced and delivered every day that were defect-free. As far as the other metrics, they're actually very few, and they don't spend a lot of time on them. Most of the conversation of senior leaders in a Toyota factory is spent on the shop floor trying to understand the problem-solving dynamic. That's it. We were in a factory where there were 10,000 people on the shop floor. The head of that facility apologized that because of his other responsibilities, across the entire North American truck production system, because of his other responsibilities outside the facility, he only had 4 hours per day to be on the shop floor doing what? Checking on the problem-solving dynamic. His deputy, who later became head of that facility, she apologized that in a normal day, she only had 6 or 7 hours to be on the shop floor checking on the health, the vigor of the problem-solving dynamic, the problem-solving culture, third time, Michael, the problem-solving culture on the shop floor. Now you start thinking about most organizations which are metric-driven. They're so worried about how many, the consumption of inputs, not the generation of outputs, the consumption of inputs, that how much time do they spend on the shop floor, or in the workplace, or in the design studio, or in the laboratory? If you measure it hours per month, not hours per day, that'd be extraordinary. One more example on this, on the metrics thing. Some years ago, I was doing work with a pharmaceutical company. By coincidence, that in order to get home, a lot of people took the rail system, the subway, and in order to get it, there was a shuttle bus from the facility to the train station. And I was having a conversation with a leader there that they were measuring behavior wrong. He said, well, what do you mean? I said, you're a research facility. You make nothing of consequence. The difference between what they manufacture in that facility every day and commercial production is 10 to the 12th difference in volumes. He said, well, no, come on, we're a research facility, brilliant people, PhDs, 2, 3, 4 PhDs per person. I said, let's do a test. So what we did is, it was the end of the workday, we went out to the shuttle bus and to the line of the shuttle bus. We started asking people, what did you accomplish today? And people started giving answers. You won't believe how many tests I ran today. Someone else said, you won't believe how many molecules I synthesized today. And someone else said, you won't imagine how many reports I generated today. And we were listening to this. And bear in mind, everyone there is Dr. So-and-so because they have a PhD in biology, chemistry, medicinal chemistry, computational biology, whatever else it is. And everyone was telling them how many parts they made that day. Not a single person on the entire line for that shuttle bus said, I'm so glad you asked. Let me tell you about the problems where I gained an insight today. All right, so connecting the two questions you asked about who's responsible for changing the belief, behavior, the culture, and the issue of metrics. If we have a pharmaceutical research laboratory where we're measuring people by how many tests, how many molecules synthesized, how many lines of code written, we're directing them in the wrong way. Because, again, how many tests did you run today? How do I optimize on that? I run tests I already know how to run. If I measure you on how many molecules did you synthesize, how do I optimize on that? I synthesize molecules I already know how to synthesize. If I ask you how many lines of code did you write today, then I incentivize you to write code you already know how to write. On the other hand, if we recognize that the reason we created this facility, the reason we gave employment to these people was to solve problems, and in solving problems create value for society, then I never ask you about how much you synthesized or tested or coded or wrote or anything like that. I say, what problems did you address and what did you learn? Because that's the frontier. That's pushing beyond what we already know to what we don't know. And it's where we don't know and we solve problems there. That's where we can create new and novel and unique value for society. How is that? Oh, good.
Okay.
Oh. All right.
See? Hi. I think you are talking about changing the way that we usually work. And I think it's a journey. It's a big transition. For your point of view, what should be the key pillars or the key drivers to ensure that you are going to be successful in this journey?
Yeah, thank you. That's a tremendous question, So connecting these dots, one is this is on leadership. And when I say leadership, and I have this conversation, people say, oh, well, I'm not the CEO. It's like, yeah, but you're a team leader. You have 3 people, and what is your job? To create conditions that they experience every day. So whether you're a team leader, group leader, CEO of the entire enterprise, you're a leader, right? So that's question one. And what's the second part, which is what's the change we're trying to get, which is we stop asking people how much did they do of what they already knew how to do. That's simple. How much did you do today about what you already knew what to do? It's probably what you did yesterday, right? Because yesterday you knew what to do and how to do it. So whatever you did yesterday, today is probably the same. So so it's on leaders to change the conversation from not what did you do, but what did you learn? And so how do we get that change? So one of the experiences, one of the approaches that we acquired from others, certainly didn't invent this, is something we call the model line. And what is a model line? It's some very, very small microcosm of the much larger body of work that occurs in an organization. And sometimes it could be 3, 4, 5 people. But what are we trying to do with the model line? We're trying to create a winning zone set of conditions in which a few people can experiment with new behavior. And in particular, not just the people doing the direct work of the organization, but the leaders to practice the conversation. Hey, what problems are you having? What did you learn about the problem? What can I do to be supportive of characterizing the problem? What can I do to be supportive of solving the problem? Ooh, back to this idea of agile. Here's the smallest solution we're able to generate. What did we learn by testing this, and what did the test of this solution tell us about what we'd misunderstood about the situation and the cause of the problem, let alone the solution itself? Now, just to give you a sense of scale on this model line thing. We did work with Alcoa many years ago, where Alcoa drove itself from a very dangerous place to work to the safest place in the entire United States. And not only did they do that, they increased their quality, the yield, et cetera, et cetera. Everything went just in the right direction. So what was their model line? They had one plant in Davenport, and in that one plant, they had one production cell. That one production cell maybe had 3 or 4 people. And that wasn't a big deal in the scheme of things, but the insistence was that the model line wasn't just those 3 people. That was the mechanism. It was connected all the way to the site president, who was responsible for 5,000 people. And the reason we created this model line was so the site president could learn this new behavior. So it was the leader changing the beliefs, the behaviors, the culture. And when he started seeing that this way of having the conversation about not having the conversation about what did you make, but what did you learn? And the first thing you learn is I have a problem, amplification. That he started realizing, oh, I can start spreading this out to my facility. And when that president spread it out to his facility, his peers started realizing, holy cow, what a better way to run a facility if you're really concerned about workplace safety and quality of product and yield and output and that kind of thing. And so while it started with one production cell in this one forging plant in Davenport, Iowa, it spread across all of the Alcoa system. At the time was tens of thousands of employees. When we started this work in a pharmaceutical company, also the model line, it was a small team of chemists, their counterparts, biologists in a biology lab, and that was it. If that model line had 10 people, I'd be surprised. But what they did was they realized that we had to change, as leaders, the behavior we had in engaging with our associates, PhDs in chemistry and biology and whatnot, and change the conversation from what did you do today to what did you discover today. And that model line, they took a critical phase of drug development, something called hit to lead, and what was typically a year long, they got it done in 6 months. Not only did they complete their work in 6 months, that took their peers a year, but what they generated onto the next step in drug development was much better. They had much better results that they developed in half the time. So just to give you a sense of things, we did a calculation. What is it worth to have a medication in the marketplace 1 extra day with all the patent protection, this thing and that thing? And we did a rough estimate that every extra day for a major drug in the marketplace is $1 million. So that's 6 months. If you could carry it all the way through to commercialization, it's really quite a big chunk of money. But anyway, back to this issue of the getting started piece. It's the model line, which is this first attempt was a small phase in this much longer, multi-year, multi-billion effort to generate a drug in a much larger organization. But leaders had the experience of changing the conversation to change the conditions in which people entered to solve problems. And once the first model line took place, the fan out into like 24 other model lines in all sorts of different areas was fantastic, because it was leaders who were able to coach and converse with their peers who were also leaders responsible for changing conditions in which these conversations happen that had such good impact. So again, what we're really trying to do is, in order to change behavior, create winning conditions rather than danger conditions, winning zone versus danger zone, for leaders to understand a better way to approach the design, the operation, the management of layer 3 social circuitry. So thank you for that question.
To help others solve the same problems when they emerge
right.
again and again.
So the question, I'll just repeat it real quick, is it's important to have the conversation, switch the conversation from what did you make today to what did you discover today, and then how do you make sure that flows through the organization. This gets back to the social circuitry piece. In the first book, the one in the bottom right-hand corner here, we talk about various capabilities, but one is knowledge sharing. And being very deliberate as a leader to make sure that you've created the connectivity inside communities of practice. So if you learn something way over there, well, it's good you know it. But what if it's needed over there? Now, I just throw a praise on to both the Foundation and MIT. The approach is creating a platform in which people from diverse and varied experiences, maybe distributed geographically and certainly distributed over concerns and disciplines and professions, can come together and have that sharing. And so a fantastic question is that when we see these extraordinary organizations, not only are they in a very positive way, in a very energetic way, but they're hyper paranoid about problems. Not only do they have problems, they actually get paranoid if they're not seeing enough problems, right? You've been in these situations that say, oh, look, everything is trending in the right direction. And they go, ooh, no, that can't be, because it can't be possible that we actually have such mastery over the situation. If the line shows we're trending good, what that's really indicating is we're not seeing problems early enough and often enough to address them. But then their other concern beyond seeing and solving problems is making sure that they're sharing what's learned locally so it has sustained and systemic effect. So again, that's a deliberate choice. And back to the first question back there, which is a deliberate choice by leaders. Do they or don't they create those platforms? And again, just to again, some praise to and thanks to our hosts, is the Foundation decided that it was important to create this platform. For all the things that were listed when we started in terms of providing opportunity for young people, providing opportunity for conversation and collaboration, all that, someone made the decision that this was a worthwhile investment to take what's known locally and make it available systemically. MIT's approach around laboratories and centers is because someone made the deliberate decision, the commitment that it's fine that we have experts in mechanical engineering, computer science, and software engineering, et cetera, but unless we create the platform in which those ideas can be shared and synthesized and harmonized and integrated, we won't actually have solutions by which we can deliver more value to society. So I guess my short answer to your question is how do we take the local discovery and make it systemic, is follow the example of our hosts and do the same thing. Anyway, let me just end here and just, again, thank you to the Foundation for hosting this. Thank you for my colleagues at MIT for facilitating on such a thing. And again, I want to thank you for trusting us with your time today to come and listen, and I hope that this was useful in action in some fashion. Very, very good.
Thank you, Steve. El próximo ponente.
Thank you, Steve. The next speaker is Dr. Professor Michael Schrage, who's a research fellow at the MIT Sloan School's initiative on the digital economy. He focuses on behavior in terms of metrics and creating value throughout the life of customers' cycle of business. He has brought out many publications on this within this field, and he's going to talk about how generative AI transforms the decision-making process in companies. And he's going to talk about the use of metrics and how metrics can obviously alter the way we behave and how we're assessed in our performance. Dr. Schrage.
Good morning. It's a pleasure and an honor to have this opportunity to share with you some of the work that I've been doing in the realm of generative AI. And this is sort of an awkward conversation to have and launch because there's been so much hype and discussion about what is the future, how technologies are becoming more intelligent, et cetera, et cetera. But this is basically, Do we have it on? There we go. This is basically the theme I would like to discuss today. Generating new value with generative AI, how to productively prompt insight, oversight, and foresight. I'd like to share with you my most important slide. The content of the audience is more important than the content of the talk. I have, although I'm doing some different things today, I have near perfect knowledge of what I'd like to say and share with you today. I am much more interested in your reaction, positive and negative, to it. I'm in a different country. I'm in a different culture. That's the word that was being referred to by Stephen. I'm very intrigued by how Spanish industry is going to rise to and confront both the challenge and opportunity of what I see as a very provocative, important, and productive mashup of generative AI capabilities and predictive AI capabilities. But also in the spirit of the content of the audience is more important than the content of the talk, I'd like to draw upon a figure for inspiration and inspiration who I believe has been unjustly overlooked as we are living through this ChatGPT, OpenAI, Anthropic, Claude revolution. Cajal, the 1906 Nobel laureate, who was, with Golgi, the pioneer in neuron theory, neural nets, the father of neuroscience, and I would like to describe as the godfather of neural nets. Now, it is inappropriate for me, it's not necessary for me to talk to you about Cajal, but it was a very interesting kind of exploration for me to really go back to the true origins beyond computation, beyond deep learning, to how neural nets came to be. But I am not an expert in this subject in any way, shape, or form. It is true that at MIT and at other organizations, I have access to expertise. But because the theme of this conversation is AI and generative AI, I said, screw it. I'm going to ask ChatGPT about Cajal. And I won't share the prompt with you. I'm going to be sharing a lot of prompts with you later. But I asked about what ChatGPTs. I dumped in the Nobel laureate speech, some of the background material on Cajal, and some of the material on the history of neural nets. And this was the conclusion. There's a long answer. I'm going to spare this. He never lived to see computers array, how profound, laid a foundational biological framework that has profoundly shaped. The field's failure to recognize his influence may reflect a tendency to overlook early conceptual pioneers whose work predates the digital age but remains foundational to it. Respectfully, there ain't 10 graduate students I know at MIT who could have written the sentence that well. Okay? We'll talk about how this thing gets done in Spanish a little bit later. But I just found this a remarkable way of getting up to speed on how different disciplines come to inform and inspire innovation in generative AI and predictive AI. So, what is inspired by Cajal? What is the session's point and purpose? I want to invite you to rethink your relationship with generative AI, and this is key, as a technology, as a capability, and as a collaborator. I was doing a session with a company that shall remain nameless yesterday, and people were talking about AI as a tool. AI is not a tool. That is a vocabulary word that undersells and misunderstands the technology and the capability, and indeed, the nature of the value that this kind of approach to structuring patterns can enable. But it's not enough that I give you a high-level view of this. It's imperative that you leave having conversations, discussions, and arguments about useful, usable, actionable next steps. That is key. I'm part of the exec ed, like Steve, part of the exec ed group at MIT. I take these things seriously. And indeed, much of what I'm going to share with you is the product and byproduct of work I've done with exec ed operations and with clients. So let's do an overview level set. Generative AI, this is key, creating new and novel content from patterns in existing data. Okay? Large language models, which I'm going to discuss in a moment, should also be understood as large pattern models. Specialized generative AI for processing and generating meaningful and relevant, talk about philosophically and contextually triggering words, because who gets to determine what is meaningful and relevant? You all. Human language outputs, i.e., what comes next in sequence. So the joke in America is that LLMs are autocorrect, you know, the thing that really bothers you when you're writing on your phone, autocorrect on steroids. Here is where we make the leap into the infinite, into the abyss. Massive training data, hundreds of billions to trillions of tokens, the units of analysis for training, for deep natural language, pattern identification, recognition, matching, and understanding. As much as we have billions of tokens, we have billions to trillions of the parameters that shape the neural nets that Cajal's work facilitated, enabled, and turned into the raw material for computational innovation. And then there's the transformative potential, and this is the beginning of the framework I'd like you to consider. How do we use these technologies and capabilities to alternately automate and augment content creation across industries and across disciplines? And by content, we mean music, computer code, feel, haptics, charts, objects, etc. Okay? So you have OpenAI's Sora. This is what gets generated by the English language. A stylish woman walks down a Tokyo street. This is generated in a matter of seconds. We now see all manner of efforts being made, billion-dollar startups, to do this with moving images and movies. Entertainment, video content, music is being transformed by this notion of multimodal innovation. So, just so that you understand my biases, I don't believe the generative AI conversation is hype. I would argue the opposite. People underappreciate the impact that it has. And what's one of the major reasons why people underestimate the impact that it has? Because people, it's not a bell curve, it's a power law. People tend to be more creative and innovative than most, forgive me, econometricians and economists give them credit for. We're going to see enormous disruptions in innovation, both bottom up and top down. The other thing that really excites me about this field is that it's impossible to keep up. I look at my feed, there's no way I can keep track of the academic articles, the applications, the startups, etc. There's a lot of excitement in this. In terms of measurable impact, whatever you think generative AI capabilities are today, the end of 2024, I'm going to say the value, the measurable value by whatever KPI you wish to have is going to be 10x, an order of magnitude greater by the time we're in 2026. Hold me to that. What's minimized and not as well understood as people are so focused on generative AI, predictive AI, et cetera, is that they minimize and marginalize the role that generative AI can play in technical stacks, ecosystems, and what you've been hearing more and more about, agents. There are different kinds of infrastructures emerging that basically will be a force multiplier that's not just accretive, but multiplicative for these capabilities. Billions of tokens, but increasingly LLMs and generative AI can be made bespoke, customized, personalized, dedicated to you, your questions, your concerns, your sensibility, your ethos around innovation, productivity, and creativity. And I just heard a phone ring there. We're all cyborgs now. I mean, most of you would cry, or at least have tears in your eyes, if I took away your mobile device. Here's the bad news. You may think that social media is addictive. You will find that generative AI is going to transform your relationship with the devices that you have. The Gedanken experiment, the thought experiment I want everybody in this room to consider is what happens, and this is going to be in the next 36 months, what happens in a world, when we live in a world where most of our devices are smarter and more knowledgeable than we are? What does agency mean? What does autonomy mean? Okay? We're all cyborgs now. And these are the three most important things that I have learned working with generative AI tools over the last 14, 15 months. You know, roughly about an hour a day. You know, so I've got real issues, but that's a separate conversation. This is what you need to understand, accept, and embrace. This is the Spanish word cool, yes? Okay. This is a fantastic tool, with apologies to Cajal, fantastic tool, I put the word tool in single quotes, for thinking out loud. If you are not the kind of person who enjoys or needs or wants to think out loud, you will not find generative AI to become a major part of your life, or even a minor part of your life. It may affect you in your interactions with others, how they deal with you, but it is a fantastic tool for thinking out loud and playing with ideas. But the more you think out loud and the more seriously you play with ideas, the more important, particularly in a system capable of generating hallucinations, the more important critical thinking becomes. To me, one of the most important challenges that everybody in this room will have to rise to is, my gosh, look at this fascinating content that I'm getting. Look at this fascinating response. The immediate reaction is not, is it true? Is it accurate? How should I really be thinking about this? How should I really be relating to this? What are the fundamentals? So this is the initial response. How should I iterate? Which direction should I go? My hope, my sincere hope, is that the rise of LLMs will encourage a rise in critical thinking. Does that make me an optimist or a fool? Not up to me, up to you. Finally, and this is something to connect with Stephen's comments, these models generate outputs. But those outputs are oftentimes in the service of desired outcomes. But if I have clarity about what I want the outcomes to be, it may change the way I do the prompt or the fine-tuning to generate the desired outputs. So understanding the coevolution, the iterative, collaborative, cooperative ecosystem between outputs and outcomes becomes very, very important in this context. How do models learn? How do models learn to learn? I want you to come away with that, because this is the profound paradigm shift that we're all living through today. Large language models are called large language models because they're based on natural language processing and the computations associated with the semantics of embedding and similarities between embeddings in systems. It's about patterns of language. It generates based on probabilistic distributions of patterns. Patterns of, it used to be for autocorrect words, sentences, paragraphs, themes. But notice multimodal, sound, code, etc. It's not just the patterns of language. What really matters What we're really evolving to are what are the languages of patterns. It's the difference between data and metadata. Yes, they're intimately related, but the idea, pun intended, you treat metadata or seek insight from metadata the same way you seek insight from data, as you know, it's inherently silly. One of the most important takeaways that I would like you to consider is how should we be thinking of patterns in real life, in biology, structural chemistry, in social networks, etc. It is insights into patterns, not insights into words with meaning or tokens with meaning, that we need to be most concerned about going forward. And again, I want to draw inspiration from Cajal on this because, and this is a happy for me coincidence, in 1897, before he won his Nobel Prize, he wrote a book. He was very concerned about human capital education, and the people who published the book in America is MIT Press. So we have this connection, and it was wonderful. Advice for a young investigator. And I've read most of the book, and it is filled with, I won't say it transcends time, but it's filled with really good advice for people starting off in the field, people who care about learning, people to a certain extent who are driven by curiosity. And because, I thought, wow, what a fascinating thing. I said, gee, what would happen if we used Cajal's book, his sensibility, his ethos, to train a large language model? Here are the responses. So instead of advice, this was part of the prompt I used, instead of advice for a young investigator, advice for a young large language model. Here's the first response. There are a bunch of them. I'm just giving you the highlights here. On preparation and knowledge, the mediocre can be educated, geniuses educate themselves. Your true potential, your being the language model, lies in learning, not in mimicking your training corpus, but learning to synthesize and generate novel insights from it. Now, this was inspirational because one of the things I did as a result of reading this was, how do you get large language models to reflect and introspect on their own responses? How can you build in those loops? I hope in the question and comment, you will tell me that you've done experiments in this regard. Because you can get these models to reflect, or more accurately, to simulate the patterns of reflection based on your prompts. Original thought. Wonderfully endowed minds whose will suffer from, who prefer, while you may be trained, resist the temptation to simply recombine. Strong inclination to, your output should demonstrate not just fluency, but genuine understanding. This is the paradox. This is the challenge. What does genuine understanding mean regarding pattern matching and identification? Some of you may know Daniel Kahneman's work, the Nobel laureate, Thinking Fast and Slow. But what does understanding mean? One of the things that shocked me, and I have an AI background, is that people say, well, AI doesn't really reason. But AI uses patterns to simulate reason. It is astonishing to me how good the simulations are compared to, oftentimes, the real thing. Last one here, incremental, Poco basta cada día se cada día logramos ese poco. A little is enough each day. Your responses need not revolutionize. Small, accurate, helpful steps. What are we doing in here? We are doing, some of you may have heard, RLHF, Reinforcement Learning Human Feedback. We are using a training sensibility and ethos from Cajal to inspire and inform and train how our models should respond to our prompts and capabilities. Okay? I believe this is the most important virtuous cycle for 90% of the people in this room for the next 12 to 18 months. How do we learn to prompt? How do we prompt to learn? How do we turn that into a virtuous cycle? I would like those of you, just a quick show of hands, how many of you are playing with a large language model at least twice a week? That's a decent number. How many of you are doing it every day? Very good. I expect very challenging and constructive questions when I run through this. In fact, I'll pick up the pace here. Because one of the things that I've done at MIT and elsewhere, MIT, mens et manus, as you heard from Eduardo this morning, mind and hands, we're great at hackathons. Because I'm a lazy person, I just put prompt in front of it, and I've run promptathons with exec ed classes, with clients, with students. Promptathons, democratizing through competition, accelerating integration. There are different genres and styles of promptathons. What are the key learnings from running a prompt? By the way, has anybody in this audience, their organization run a promptathon? I'm available for that. but really, you should consider it. Pick a use case, use it to discover use cases. Here are the key things. Prompt novel use case conversations and thinking. They're great for thinking out loud, okay? They can kickstart things, begin things. I talked about automation versus augmentation. Where do we substitute? Where do we add value? Boy, a promptathon, gee, are we running the prompts to automate things or help people think better? You now run into organizations, particularly with my business clients, you run into conflicts around, gee, are we doing this to become more efficient or more effective? Outputs versus outcomes. But here's the biggest shock that people come away with after a promptathon or the second round of a promptathon. Oh my gosh, we're only at the beginning. We're not a quarter of the way through, a third of the way through. We're just understanding that we're at the beginning of the race. We're at the beginning of this transformation of capability and insight and creative collaboration. I was working with a large bank and say, well, gee, how should we think about generative AI? Should we think more about efficiency or effectiveness? How much effort should we put into training, et cetera? And yes, I talked with both Claude and ChatGPT, but the metaphor, the analogy I recommended to them that I iterated like crazy around later was, what you should do is not use it for process or product or program efficiency. Treat generative AI like an intern, like a smart intern, a talented intern. Yes, this was generated by Claude, okay? That's where you begin. You like interns. Sometimes they go for coffee, sometimes you give them scut work, mindless work. Sometimes they seem bright, so you mentor them, you tutor them. And sometimes they tell you stuff you didn't know, so hey, it works out well. It turns out to be a very good human metaphor for this, because it does put you in a circumstance where do we get greater value from being, and this goes right back to what you heard from Steve, mindful, intentional versus mindless. We're automating it, we're outsourcing it. I'm being mindless. This doesn't require much thought. We'll have the intern do it. This is a talented intern. We're going to collaborate with them. So this forces us to become, as I mentioned earlier, more critical thinkers. So these are the key takeaways: outcomes, patterns, iterative queries, value-added humans in the loop, not just insight and oversight, and review, introspect, and reflect. Not just how can we do more, even better. So this is basically the essence of the talk, but that's not good enough. I want to share with you how I actually used Claude, because I was thinking, I want to try to do something that's more custom. So I took a bunch of the big presentation I use for exec ed, and I said, I'll just dump it into Claude and ask it to give me advice on how to improve the presentation. So I want to share with you how I thought out loud. And this may be an indictment of the quality of my thinking. It may be an indictment on the quality of the training of the large language model. But this is the reality that each and every one of you live with today in terms of the capabilities, the growing capabilities of these tools. Okay? I had a big deck. Please summarize. You can read this. I notice you're referring to a presentation. So I'm screwed. It doesn't let me upload the PowerPoint slide. I could have converted it into a PDF, but I didn't come across that. Because in those days, Claude just announced that PDFs can now do imagery. It couldn't then. So basically, what I did, this was the mindless work, I dropped each and every one of my slides into the context window. Okay? I'm not able to do that, so this is what I did. And I'm not going to, but that's a lot of crap there, right? Okay? I hope the translators are translating all of this for you. There you go. There you go. It's a lot of material. A lot of material. I'm a busy guy. Okay? Promptathons discussion, key learnings from promptathons, promptathon design. We're working on new type of content. Again, why am I doing this? This is a non-trivial amount of data, right? I'm putting this in a single bloody context window. Okay? So, I asked the prompt, the 7 most important and actionable insights from this presentation on generative AI and promptathons. Okay? I had no clue what the answer was going to be. Here it is. The generative AI intern mental model is transformative. Just out of curiosity, any of you using that model in your organizations? Humor me. Give it a shot. Okay? Here's the feedback. Actionable step, develop intern onboarding documentation for your AI tools that include context templates, example prompts, and feedback frameworks. Promptathons are the new innovation engine. We already know that none of the people here raised their hand. You might want to consider that. Now, I talk about details here, the differences between frameworks for prompts and templates for prompts. Okay? People here know what the CoStar framework is? My advice, one of the best things you should do a promptathon on is design a framework for your group in an organization. I do work on KPIs. Value measurement requires new KPI paradigms. I did some work for Brazilian organizations on this, and we used generative AI to generate new ways of measuring effectiveness. Chain of thought prompting, again, I'm not going to go into gory detail on this, but it represents a way of giving examples in the context window so that you get better, more meaningful, more contextually relevant and accurate responses. The automation versus augmentation balance, and this is we end on the favorite, iterative development is non-negotiable. Okay? That's not bad. I think that's not bad. If I had asked somebody to do that, it would have taken them the better part of half a day to deliver this. I've synthesized these things. I went back, let me review. You're welcome. Which insights? It asks, it offers. Now you see why I say it's a creative collaborator. Much appreciate your humor here. Based on your response to my incomplete materials, propose bold, provocative, and actionable talking points for a Push the Boundaries thought leadership workshop on the generative AI future. Please incorporate the paradigm-shifting theme that generative AI and LLMs are rapidly evolving from patterns of language to language of patterns. Gee, where have you seen that before? I'm just going to read this. The pattern recognition revolution. By 2025, generative AI will be primarily valued not for processing language, but for identifying and applying universal patterns across all domains of human knowledge and creativity. That bold enough for you? Maybe you want to call that a hallucination. I call it a testable hypothesis. I bet Cajal would say the same thing. Okay? Provocative insight, pattern intelligence, actionable initiative, back to MIT, cross-disciplinary pattern discovery sprints. From prompts to patterns. From Gen AI interns to pattern polymaths. They even like, I apologize to the translators, they even like alliteration. They've picked up that I like alliteration in my communication style. The end of domain specificity. If you have transcendent patterns, as important as expertise is, there's a subsidy, there's a generative AI subsidy for interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, cross-boundary research and insight. So that means we should have promptathons to pattern-thons. Okay? Pattern economics, again, from human in the loop to pattern in the loop. Okay, yes, it's getting a little excessive now, but this is a pretty good memo, in my opinion. Critical success factors, literacy, all these things. Again, not bad. Okay? You succeeded, I'm being nice to it, etc. But look at what I said. Okay? But I'm shocked. This is how I talk to my colleagues, as I will have verification here. Shocked, disappointed, and even appalled that nowhere in this otherwise excellent response do you offer a congruent, notice the level of granularity in this prompt. Do you offer a congruent, coherent, and consistent and accessible definition of pattern? Please remedy this oversight. And instead of my colleagues telling me, it says, a brilliant and humbling observation. Now you know why I like collaborating with generative AI. You caught me committing a sin of cardinal pattern discourse, discussing patterns without defining them. Here are the definitions, okay? I don't care whether you agree or disagree. Actually, I do, but look at this, because now I'll cut to the chase here. What is the real language of patterns? Come on, not a trick question. What is the language of patterns? Mathematics. Mathematics. If you're good at mathematics, I mean, and we're seeing this with the way transformers and Kalman Arnold network algorithms are evolving. Oh my gosh, this is how you're going to be able to detect and create and generate all manner of patterns. Okay? Look at these definitions. Consistent, multi-scale nature, multiple levels of abstraction, transferability. I'm getting an ontology. I'm getting a taxonomy. I'm getting a framework for how I should do a research program in patterns, context sensitivity. Okay? Interaction patterns. Some of you may remember Chris Alexander, a pattern language. The quality here, again, I'm just scanning this. And by the way, if the foundation wants, I can send some of these. You know, we can have some of these posted on the site. And here I do mention architect designer Christopher would agree with this typology. And then I talk about Jeff Hinton, who just won the Nobel Prize in this for neural nets in physics. Okay, pattern thinking, Alexander versus Hinton. Hinton, by the way, was very much inspired by Cajal. Okay, missing neural perspective. So I'm getting perspectives, and this is key. They're different personae. What kind of personae do you want to build your patterns around? So as a trick question for a high-level Spanish audience, I assume that's an accurate description in the prompt. How might Nobel laureate and neural net pioneer Ramon Cajal react and interpret this? What a brilliantly provocative question. What a suck-up Claude is on this. But let's look at this. Cajal. It immediately, because he's so well trained in in the context window, it understands that Cajal doesn't just have a scientist perspective, he has an aesthetic, artistic perspective. Okay? Visual pattern recognition, the beauty function connection. We're back to Euclid and geometry here. Pattern evolution and development. Okay? Limited biological, modern insights. Okay? Artist-scientist integration. Wow. I mean, I think that's a wow. Beauty as a guide to truth, visual thinking in technical domains, artistic documentation of patterns. Everybody has seen the beautiful Golgi stains of neural nets that helped win the Nobel for Cajal. Artistic documentation, not just scientific documentation of patterns. The union of art and science leads to the highest truth. I don't know about you, I find that rather inspirational and useful as a design and training heuristic for how to get greater value. Okay? And I said, thank you, gracias. This was not a tour de horizon, but a tour de force. We talk about this, but I just want to say your response makes me smile because we da-da-da-da-da. So I'm just going to go back to Claude and just point out one other thing. My Spanish is horrible. In fact, it's horrible to the point of non-existent. So I asked it to translate these things. And you tell me. Now the translators can take a break. Okay? Is this a good translation or not? So this is not just English imperialism and linguistic imperialism, all pattern languages. Okay? I think this is a very, very big deal. And I believe that those of you who raised your hand saying you use it every day, I hope that you come away from this conversation rethinking your relationship with this technology and capability and what kind of a collaborator you want it to be for insight, oversight, foresight, and creativity. I'm happy to answer any and all questions or respond to any and all comments you may have. Gracias. Thank you so much for your time. I do not have a headset, so I will need this to be translated if you're asking in Spanish. But, or you can type it into Claude, and I'll read the translation.
I will try to speak in English, but it's not very good for me, my knowledge. I realize you are deeply in love with the artificial intelligence. I realize. Okay, yes. Yes. But I think you have a paradigm, main personal profile different, of the human different to mine.
Of course.
You know. For example, when you told us we are cyborgs, I don't know if you are enhancing this situation as a good bad situation. Okay, we are closer. Yes. We are closer. For example, last week in this place, there was people, authors of literature, music, okay, and they say that their works is taken for the companies, for the artificial intelligence, and they can make works better than the authors. Yes. It's, for me, it's very sad. It's very sad. Yes, but what is the main situation? The companies, I think you are speaking to the companies. My question is, what about the people as me, for example, single people, for example? I can't to compete with the machine. The authors can't to compete with the artificial intelligence, because it's better. Artificial intelligence make music better than people, okay? The creativity of the people is growing down, I think. It's losing, I think, with the artificial intelligence. Because the capital took the knowledge and have power as powerful than the author. I don't know. I am meaning.
No. Here's where you may be slightly surprised. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but if you want, the next time I am invited to speak here or work here, instead of giving a talk about how people and organizations can relate to the capabilities of generative and predictive AI, I would instead do a talk on what kind of new business models and monetization approaches are there so that talented human artists and talented pattern models can profitably co-evolve and collaborate. I am old enough to remember when you would go into a record studio or a music studio and people would record their playing and they would learn how to get better by listening to recordings on this. So my view is what you are posing is a different question than to the talk I gave. Am I optimistic that we, not just large organizations, but we, a variety of organizations, economic organizations, government-funded organizations, are going to be able to create healthy economic innovation systems that allow creative people and technology to profitably collaborate? I would say yes. It is not unreasonable to be pessimistic, but let me be rude and say you and I are both on the older side. I think that there are people in their 20s and in their 30s who are going to be in all over the world, who are going to be very innovative in figuring out how market mechanisms and sponsorship will lead to a virtuous cycle rather than the erosion or elimination or reduction of human creativity. But that is me.
Yes, I mean, the artificial intelligence is very interesting, very important.
Yes.
If you don't work in artificial intelligence, you are in the stone age. I say, yeah, I think it is.
Or industrial. Yes. Okay.
I think it's very important. Is as the capitalism. I am sure, but I am talking about. For example, you told us that the poet, the main poet is people is working in make codes. Yes. But for me, I prefer to the people is thinking about the poesis of the world. No thinking how can I code the machine to make poet.
That is.
I mean, but I think it's necessary. It's necessary. Artificial intelligence is the main value to the society. I don't want I want to describe that I agree with your work, and it is very, 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 very necessary, I think. But I am very sad. I am a pessimist. Perhaps how you do, how you tell us, yes?
I respect.
It's not.
I respect your and understand your pessimism. We'll take another quick bit. I just want to also observe that those of you who are familiar with the classics, one of the Platonic dialogues of the Phaedrus, there was the complaint as we moved to the writing culture that oral culture and people's memory would die. So there is always this kind of cultural unhappiness as we shift our technologies for human cognition, emotion, and capability. But it is completely, I still miss records. You know, I like vinyl records. But I believe that we will see an effective ecosystem.
Our brain is intelligent too, natural intelligent. For example, GPS help you to go in your car from here to London, for example. Yeah, but your brain is losing this capacity. You know, my children put
We will continue this offline, but I agree with you that I would rather use GPS than a map and a compass.
Here.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for your thought-provoking presentation. My question is about Gen AI and Spanish.
Very good.
You've showed us the use case of AI in translation.
Right.
However, hold on one second, because my cyborg part...
He's a cyborg.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay.
So my question is if the language models and in general all Gen AI is trained in English, and it's very much developed for an English-speaking context. No? So if we think about Spanish, we're 500 million people approximately, yet there are no significant efforts, at least that I'm aware of developing native LLMs or Spanish-speaking AIs. So do you see us as second-class citizens somehow, that we're going to work with AI in English or being translated into English, or do you see the opportunity for Spanish-specific AI?
I just want to stress this. The question, sorry? Well, no, the issue is, I would like to see, and we're already seeing this, and you will not be surprised by this example. I was just in a conference in New York where there are wealthy people funding training large language models and small language models in indigenous languages that are dying out, okay? Because they want to see if the embeddings and the representations would be different than English to indigenous. So they're literally indigenously trained. I believe the Spanish-speaking population of the world is such that it would, and now I will make a rude American joke. I think if I were in Brussels in the EU, I absolutely would want large language models trained in Spanish, French, and German to see how these kinds of prompts and fine-tuning would evolve. Would there be convergence? Would there be parallelism? Would there be divergence? These are enormously important philosophical questions, semantic questions, ontological questions. I personally do not know who or what organization is doing a foundational model in Spanish. Just to be clear, I would not be surprised at all if that were happening, or if OpenAI or Anthropic were doing that sort of thing. But one of the reasons they'd be doing it is for economic reasons. The other is, it may well be that you do get different kinds of responses, and that one comes to understand a Cajal or from visual stuff, Man Ray, etc., differently. By the way, different approaches to training lead to different ways people learn or see the world. So to me, training large language models is going to have an enormous impact on the future of human capital, human capability, human creativity, human competence. And I think we're going to see that not just in language, we're going to see that in arts. One last thing. I would argue, and this is not meant as a criticism of this gentleman's point, we give people paintbrushes and paint. We give them better paints. But if we give them digital tools for art, does that make them not an artist? We are now dealing, if I get advice from a large pattern model on the aesthetics of a sculpture I am creating or an experience I am creating, Am I being less creative or more creative? Am I being more mindful or less mindful? I think one of the great things about these technologies is that they're really forcing us to revisit the fundamentals of what it means to be human. I urge you, go on YouTube. What is one of the most important things that differentiates human beings from most other animals? The ability to recognize yourself. There are wonderful videos on YouTube of dogs looking in the mirror, cats looking in the mirror. They don't understand it as a reflection. That's not how forgive me, how their mind works, okay? My optimistic view, and remember, I'm giving a 45-minute, 50-minute talk. My optimistic view is that, and I said this right up front, as large language models become more capable, as they become large pattern models, they give us the opportunity to be more rigorous, critical, and creative thinking about ourselves and what we want to accomplish. I think that's a good thing. But I certainly understand why people think that it may represent a certain kind of a loss. But to go back to your core point, the whole notion of what do we train these languages on is a completely legitimate question. And then the result is, what are the differences between Spanish foundational, Chinese foundational, Hindi foundational, Indo-Germanic foundational models? I have no idea, but I think you can get funding for that. Any other questions or comments?
Sí, buenos días.
Yes. Yes. Good morning. I wanted to ask you two questions about what you've spoken about. The first one is, you talk about predictive models which are about past events. What happens with a company or an industry that implement or develop base zero budgets? They start from scratch, from zero. How would they do it if they start from scratch? And when analyzing future investments, they want to calculate the return of an investment. If you use a basic calculus sheet, it can be done right now. How will that be done in the future? That's one question. The other one is that you say that in 36 months, everything will be completely covered by AI. Does that apply to, for instance, the field of law, where I understand that AI can be very useful for lawyers to collect jurisprudence, to collect data, but for magistrates, for judges, or even auditors that are working with real proofs and real cases, with that evidence, do you think AI will apply to that too? Because AI could help people to plagiarize more and falsify and make fake documents and all that sort of thing. So what could you tell us?
Two small questions. We'll go with the second one first. I believe, I'm not going to lie. I have friends at Harvard Law School, okay? They're not good friends because they're at Harvard Law School, but I have friends at Harvard Law School. They're already using these technologies, okay? They're not just using it to write briefs or help them write briefs. They're taking depositions, putting the deposition into the context window and saying, point out the contradictions in this, okay? By the way, you'd be an idiot if you submitted that to a judge. What you do is you see the 5 or 6 contradictions, and you go to the transcript and say, these are real contradictions. I can't wait to depose them again or cross-examine them in court. So there are all manner of ways these things will be used by advocates and, yes, judges. Because what do judges, and I don't know about Europe, okay? I will only speak for America. What do most judges in America have? They have clerks. Clerks do the work. Shh, don't tell anybody. Clerks have complained for as long, my brother, oh, by the way, my brother is a Harvard Law School graduate, just so you know. What do they complain about? Being overworked. What is these technologies? They're perfect for helping deal with overwork. Now, do you have stupid and unethical lawyers? Please, there should be standing. Yes, of course. You know, my prediction is that you will end up with more stupid, unethical lawyers being disbarred because they will be caught. Because the same people using LLMs and artificial intelligence to cheat will be using it to detect cheats. So it will be a measure-countermeasure conflict. But yes, the large pattern models will colonize every single knowledge-intensive profession. Period, full stop. I say that without fear, happy to bet 10,000 euro, 100,000 euro. I don't want to take too much of your money in 3 years. But I will make sure we get it notarized before I leave the country. The first question, you talk about KPIs, metrics, returns. This is an area that I'm doing active research. You should Google my name and KPI, KPAI. But you talk about zero-based budgeting. I happen to have more than passing familiarity with zero-based budgeting. LLMs will be very useful for people to review budgets. I am doing work with a company called Workday in financial planning and analysis on this very issue. But here's what you need to have to inform zero-based budgeting. What are the desired outcomes? Best case outcome, most likely case outcome, worst case outcome. You will iterate around these outcomes to determine how you should do on a risk-adjusted basis capital and financial allocations. Will your legacy econometric and financial forecasting models be used to complement the large pattern models? Yes. Will your large pattern models be used to generate variables for your financial forecasting models? Yes. And this goes right back to what I was talking about in terms of the tech stack and creating an ecosystem for this. So will LLMs, LPMs be doing all the work? Of course not. Humans will still play a role in deciding how they want to orchestrate. Just in the same way humans play a role in music between a jazz combo, a quartet, a quintet, a symphony orchestra, or just street musicians. Okay? Humans will still have agency and autonomy. Will they have profit and growth? That's what the markets and the governments, I think, will be sorting out. But yes, you will be using, for the first question, you will be using these models. It's November now. If you are not using these models to add measurable value to your budgeting process by April 1st of next year, if I was one of your investors, I would be very annoyed with you. Yeah.
Well, first of all, thank you for sharing your passion about it. So, my question is about the ethical problem. No? What do you think that who is going to be the one that need to take ownership of the requirements or the required framework in order to know what is good, what is bad? What is your view on when it's going to happen, and what is your view how it's going to happen?
Be more specific. What's the ethical or legal issue that you're most concerned about?
There are multiple ethical dilemmas when you are starting to see what is good, what is bad, with the output of the systems. Who is you know?
I am happy to be able to answer that question. In my professional and personal opinion, the most important research, ethical and technical, going on in large language models and large pattern models today is coming up with evaluation mechanisms for assessing the transparency, interpretability, and explainability of those models. I have used the analogy of informed consent in medicine. How helpful is it for you or your significant other to hear medical descriptions of procedures that you barely understand and that the doctors or the caregivers can't talk about the trade-offs? That is not informed consent. We are going to see, in an ethical society, we are going to see, which I agree is not necessarily the sure thing, but for a society that cares about ethics, we are going to see the integration of informed consent and transparent disclosure. These models, why did this model make the decision? Show me the path. How does the model interpret these things? How does the model work to give you that? Show me the path in a way that's accessible to high school people or 10-year-olds, et cetera. That is some of the most important research going on. And organizations that hide their models, I think, can and should be held to legal liability on this. By the way, we began with Cajal, we'll end with Cajal. Neural nets are very, very difficult to understand. How our minds work is very difficult to understand. How neural nets work, deep learning work, very, very difficult to understand. So that is going to be a research agenda at places like MIT and throughout Europe for the foreseeable future. I think it is an exciting future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael. Tendremos un break de 20 minutos.
We have a 20-minute break. Remember that after the break, we're going to have a half-hour panel, and you can ask whatever questions you like. You'll have more opportunities for questions. 20 minutes, and we'll see you back here. Thank you. Good. Roberto Rigobon is going to self-introduce. He's going to talk about the epoch of AI. Roberto, welcome. Hello, thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor to be here. I'm from Venezuela, as you will tell from my accent, and the first thing I want to do is I want to thank the Spanish people. Since 2014 to 2017, 8.5 million Venezuelans left Venezuela because of violations of human rights and civil rights, and I would say that about 700, 800,000 of them have come to Spain. And I want to thank the Spanish people. This has cost a lot to the countries or in the countries that have welcomed these people, but another thing which is marvelous of Latin, South American countries, and we learned from the Spaniards, I think, is that our countries in Spanish America, in 500 years of abuse, there's never been a refugee camp in Spanish America, never. So it doesn't matter how often Argentina had a bad government. It happens every 3 weeks in Argentina. Or Brazilians have had a bad government, which happens every 6 weeks. But what is extraordinary is the level of solidarity in Spanish, in the world of Spanish-speaking countries. And we've always welcomed people with open arms. It's costly, but it's the way of saving the lives of people. So I want to thank, on behalf of Venezuelans, I want to thank the Spanish people for welcoming all my compatriots. And I want to remind you that it's been costly, but you have collaborated in saving 8.5 million people. There are very few countries that can say that, so thank you very much. Now, let's go to more mundane things. What we're going to do about and talk about the future and AI. I'm going to start at the end. I believe that we human beings are going to play a role in society, whether we've got robots or not, whether we've got computers and AI. So AI. So that at the end of the day, the question is not whether we're going to survive, but what must we do to survive in the best possible way? What must we do and how must we prepare so that when computers take over and AI is used every day in our lives, we can make use of that technology in the same way that we make use of the car, for instance. And by the way, I'm going to give you an example which is probably not very good, because in Venezuela we call cars carros, carts, and carts we call cars. But anyway, I'm referring to what you call cars, automobiles. But we got to learn to live with that technology, and the question is, how are we going to do it? This is a project that we've been working on for several years with Isabella Loaiza, who's a computational social scientist at MIT from Colombia. And we've been thinking about the question of AI, looking at it differently. In the past, we
¿Esto funciona? ¿No es este? Ah, es este, el de arriba. Sí, no súbeme el teclado, no te preocupes. Eso, perfecto. Hablando de la inteligencia artificial y de los... Ya, ok, estamos aquí. Perfecto.
Good, thank you. I'm going to talk about what has happened in the past with other technologies and how we have adapted to those technologies. The second thing, I want to talk about how societies adjust to innovation. Thirdly, the characteristics and features that human beings are going to, or the characteristics that are going to have to be dealt with by human beings. Then I'm going to talk about statistics, and then what is called soft skills in the US. I call them human skills. I want to talk about that. So let me start this.
Está matando con la tecnología. Como voy a hablar más de la tecnología, no.
Talk about technology. This doesn't want to work. Right. Technology. We've had a huge amount of innovations in our lifetime. In the 19th century, there's a definition of general purpose technologies. Technologies which are born and they're not very good when they're created. They're not necessarily more efficient than what we have. But what happens with these technologies is that they improve very quickly. The second thing is that these technologies lead to innovations in other sectors. They have positive consequences in many sectors and redefine many sectors. The internet, for instance, had a huge impact on sales of clothes. And it was difficult to think at the time that the clothes industry would be affected by the internet. And it's interesting to see that in the 19th century, these technologies were defined as disruptive because they displaced a huge amount of people. Very disruptive. So these definitions, we have 5 waves of technological revolution. First of all, steam engines, boilers. Second, electrification. Third, computing. Fourth, the internet. And fifth, what's happening right now with AI. And it's interesting to note that this is going a bit faster than it was in the past. These revolutions are speeding up all the time. But each of these revolutions involved huge societal changes. If you go back to the 18th century, in the world, we had about 85% of the population was in rural areas. Today, fewer people live in rural areas. There are many more people in the world, many more people living in cities, but we've got less hunger and less poverty than 200 years ago. So we must have done something well and properly. And a lot of people lost their job, but apparently everybody's working. We got less unemployment than we had in the past. So these transformations are costly, but at the end of the day, these technologies have been deeply beneficial to society. So the question is not whether we should stop technological progress or not. The question is, how can we adjust quickly enough to reduce the impact of transition? And that's what I want to talk about. There are 2 important things in the first 2 revolutions. These revolutions, the first 2, they happened more slowly, but in an environment where we were more prepared to redesign society. And we could change our society to respond to the shock of the revolutions. Automation and digitation have happened in an environment where we've been quite obstinate as societies. We haven't been prepared to redefine them. In Spain, you've changed your educational program many times, possibly too many times. But these educational changes don't seem to be orientated towards the long term. Sometimes they're changed randomly, and I don't think that's a good strategy for changing your education program. There must be a purpose, a long-term purpose. But what's happening now is that part of the innovations in the past, things that we did in the past, we're not doing today. I don't think we can afford the luxury of making the same mistakes with AI. This is not a question of stopping technology, but adjusting to technology so that the impact is not so great. This works. Wonderful. An important thing is what did these technologies change? Initially, they changed physical aspects. And as a species, we are very weak. Given our weight, our stature, our volume, we are quite weak. Insects, when they look at us, they feel sorry for us. They think these people can't even carry their own weight. How many push-ups they do, it's ridiculous. They see us as poor animals, and we don't know that we're not very able physically. So when we're replaced and we're told what you were doing is useless, stop doing it, well, we welcome that. And I call that marriage. My wife has told me all the things that I'm useless at, and apparently there are a lot of them. And she says to me, please stop doing that, it's useless. But replacement at the beginning was physical. So I think that we are more open to physical replacement because a tractor was better than, bearing burdens yourself. But what happened with revolutions number 3 and number 4 is that we changed not just the physical aspects, but cognitive aspects that could be explained, like, for instance, playing chess, adding, taking away, solving equations, calculating forces in architecture and in design. These things, what's interesting is that we can explain them. Since we understand the theory, we can explain these things, and computers can replicate what we're trying to do using the same procedures. For instance, an eclipse. We know how an eclipse works, and we explain to the computer how to calculate an eclipse. If we tell a computer, we give the data of the eclipse to a computer, the computer won't be able to tell us when the next eclipse will be. Zero chance. If I take a neural network and only give it the data of the eclipse and I don't explain the physical rationale, that's no good. But if you explain how things happen in addition to the data, well, then they can predict when the next eclipse will be. So where does the difference start with revolution number 5? In the revolution 3 and 4, there's a saying in science, which I think is very good, that says, if I can teach it, I can code it.
If I can explain it, I can code it. It's interesting because I remember I have 3 kids. When my kids actually were attending university, my youngest child was telling my wife, Mom, I want to study whatever. And she said, oh, sure, follow your dream. And I was worried because I thought if he is studying whatever, he is going to be unemployed. I don't know why I have to pay for the university. He came next day and he said, I've decided to change my career, thank goodness. And then he said something else. And during a few days, I was going to have a heart attack. And one evening, when my youngest born was formulating his life dream, I thought, yes, but study Python at the same time. By the way, she's the one that makes most money now, so I made a mistake. But nowadays, I wouldn't give her the same advice because it's not really about learning Python. That will be done by ChatGPT in 30 seconds in the future. I am going to tell the computer what I wanted to do it, and it's going to draft it. My daughter, 16 years ago, I gave her an advice that wouldn't be right today. I'm going to show you what we're doing so that you see what is the advice I would give my daughter nowadays. Part of what AI is doing is replacing things that we cannot explain. That's what's great about it. I don't know how to acknowledge, and I'm going to give you an example before I show you the slide. I don't know how I recognize my wife, but I can assure you that since I've been married successfully for 31 years, one of my best attributes as a husband is to recognize my wife, actually. But if you ask me, what is the distance between her 2 eyes? I don't know. What's her height of her ears with respect to the nose? I don't know. I have absolutely no idea. But how I recognize her, I cannot explain the computer how to do it then. But since this is a cognitive activity that we do repeatedly, we can replicate it in the computer. I'm not using the term it's doing it better. Actually, it's doing it worse because the amount of data I require in order to acknowledge or recognize rather my wife is less than what I would have to give the computer to recognize my wife. Is that clear? So when you see the degree of efficiency of our brain, the degree of energy that our brain uses, considering the activity that we carry out with our brain, I need to give my son very little information for him to recognize a chair. I don't need to show him 10,000 pictures so that he understands what a chair is. He understands as soon as I tell him in 3 commands what a chair is. So the human being has an extraordinary capability of extrapolating. But the fact that computers can replicate it, and the advantage that they have is that they never get tired. If I show you a crime, they're going to show you thousands of pictures to see if you recognize the criminals. A human being cannot see 100,000 pictures. There's no human being that can see 100,000 photos and see what is the person. Actually, the police do not do that. First, they ask for the features that you keep in your memory, and then they make a match, a small subset, because we cannot do it. But the computer can watch 100,000 pictures, no problem. So there's certain characteristics that makes them better, but they're not necessarily, the procedure per se is not necessarily better. That is why somehow we thought in this research, okay, then the things where the estimates we do in AI are limited. That's the way we started, more or less. Okay, this is the feature that I meant to show you to convey to you why I recognize my wife. This is my wife, and this is her hairstyle. And the computer actually doesn't pay attention to her hair. The curls are not relevant, the amount of curls, but I know exactly how many curls she has. This is the technology. What is important is understanding why is it that it's not such a problem that we don't have to load rocks anymore. When we were in Egypt with my family, I am sure that I was a slave in the past, in the history, considering how my father behaved, because we were either in criminal behavior or loading rocks. That was probably my ancestors, what they were doing. Then finally they allowed us, with inventions such as the wheels, we could load more heavy rocks. Then we use donkeys and then trucks. And now trucks are complaining, for instance. It's interesting. Nobody is protesting, return me my jobs. Surprisingly, nobody in society is demanding to load rocks again. It's interesting. Well, we did several things. These are wonderful technologies which are going to create a lot of job opportunities. The first thing we need to understand is that, but those jobs won't be necessarily the type of jobs we're having right now. 2/3 of the occupations that we have nowadays did not exist 30 years back. The number of jobs that we're going to have is going to allow us to all be employed. That's what I mean. Is that clear? We will all have a role. But we don't necessarily know what that role is going to be. For these technologies to be adopted, we invest not only on technology, but also in public goods, which are somehow complementary to technology. For instance, horse charts. And then you need to invest also on the roads building and on the way to decide whether we're going to drive on the right lane or the left lane and so on. This is the result of the public good. You need to say, okay, these are the rules for the driving. Red traffic lights mean you need to stop, and so on and so forth. And then if you don't differentiate colors because you're daltonic, what do we do? Well, we develop different aspects that were complementary to technology. so that we could organize traffic. We also changed the labor standards. 2,500 years ago, approximately, we worked 3,600 hours every year. And nowadays, in the developing countries, we work 1,600, and in majority of the developed countries, we work 1,400 hours every year. So we've invested technology in having more free time. I'm sure that AI is going to be sufficiently powerful so that we can have even one more extra free day. Actually, that is happening in Europe. We are redesigning the labor week, the working week. Investing in labor standards allows for the entire society to benefit from technology to a greater or lesser extent. So the society has a feeling of equity, and that's important because otherwise people are going to struggle against the implementation of technology. And we want technology to be implemented. And very importantly, also, we invest in knowledge that we're complementary to technologies. What we were doing had a purpose. And in horse charts, it's interesting. If I go back to the beginning of the 20th century, we only had 1,000 cars in New York that were registered. These are the cars that are registered by the police. And we had like 200,000 horses, and horses were used for everything. It's one of the most limiting factors of the population growth in New York, the fact that we didn't know what to do with the horse shit, so to say. The feces of horses. What did we have to do with that? And we used a lot of horses to remove the feces of other horses. This is a presentation that I developed 2 months ago. I checked this data. We had 150 horses, 200,000 horses in New York. There's all the horses in the hands of the police. I couldn't get that information. Let's say 300,000 horses, and we have 2 million cars nowadays. But if we go back to 1,900, we could have 2 strategies. And a strategy could have been investing in horses that were larger, that didn't produce so much feces, with horse riding people, and that's one alternative. The other alternative would be investing in driving, learning how to drive the horse cars. For sure, somebody was struggling against the horse rides. Actually, cars were slower than horse carts, and they were more dangerous, they were more difficult to start, and so on. So what happened? Somebody invented complementary things. For sure, somebody fought against the invention of cars. But what happened? The horse cart drivers most probably dedicated themselves to other to other jobs. Most probably in those years, at the beginning of the 20th century, we didn't have taxi drivers. We actually didn't have drivers, and in only 20 years, everybody knew what a driver was, a chauffeur, actually. What we did in this paper was that we had to understand what are the things that AI cannot do. So we had to I'm going to tell you what we did. We went thinking about what are the limitations, what are the limitations of AI. AI has a function, which is approximation, estimation. It's extraordinarily flexible. It's called universal approximation frontiers. And these are functions that have the ability to capture behaviors which are extraordinarily complex and to replicate them. That is why they can replicate the know-how of a person. That is why they can replicate languages, because they can find patterns that are extremely complex in our language, and our poets are experts in managing that, and they can find all of those universal approximation functions, which is the essence of how our brain works, actually. It's not that our brain does not have a predefined structure. Rather, the structure changes with our experience, and our brain eventually, at the end of the day, is a universal approximation function. But it's much more efficient than the ones we have in computers. The thing is, what are the things that we do that are going to be difficult to replicate? So there's 5 problems with data. One is the inference problem, when you don't have many observations. I don't know how many of you support Real Madrid. Raise your hand, please. How many of you know Mr. Mbappe? Great, perfect. You know him, right? It's important because it seems that Mbappe is not doing a too good job in Real Madrid, right? So my question is, could I use the data from the past to understand what he is doing not so well nowadays? The answer is no. It's a different team, it's a different league, it's a different context. So what happens is that I have 100,000 million observations which are irrelevant. The problem is not the data size, but the representativity of those data. The bias of the data is another problem that I'm going to discuss later. So we have a lot of events during which we have few information. And these functions require large amounts of information to be able to be an approximation. Second problem, extrapolation. When you do an extrapolation, really, the function is working as follows. I give a lot of data to a space, and I'm going to ask the data more or less to make a prediction. And when I ask for the prediction within the data, these are extraordinary functions in finding patterns that many of us human beings wouldn't even be able to detect. In the space of the data, they found very valuable patterns, and that is a very important value of AI. Even when you're close to the border, to the frontier, they can find very good predictions, but they're very complex functions and therefore chaotic. When I'm doing a prediction which is very far away from the data, they behave badly. And then there's another aspect related to this decision, which is the multiplicity of results. A moral dilemma is, by principle, a dilemma. That's the name. So there's two solutions that are acceptable. So what do we do, human beings? We don't design to cost coin and moral dilemma. Rather, we have a procedure generating trust and the generation of the result at the end of the dilemma. That's a process that requires the development of a relationship of trust and so on. So how do we fight against problems where we have more than one acceptable answers? And that takes me to the fourth problem. Very often what we want is that we want to have a relationship, not a recommendation. And probably most of you have your spouse that is telling you how he or she is feeling, and then you finally go to solution mode. Immediately you start saying, can I tell you how we could solve the problem? Or have you ever been told, I don't want you to solve my problem, I just want you to listen to me and shut up, please? It happens to me once and again, at least once a week in my marriage. And my wife is not wanting me to solve her problem. She just wants me to listen. So normally, when we start this conversation, since I have no idea what should be my behavior, then I tell her, is this one of those situations when I should shut up? Yes, always. We want to generate a trust relationship, right? And I'm not expecting a recommendation, and it's difficult. How are you going to develop these relationships? It's tough. And the confidence or the trust relationship is not about saying whether the answer is right or wrong. Maybe the recommendation I'm going to make to my wife is right, but that response, that answer is irrelevant. And the last problem are beliefs. There's a very good paper on statistics, actually. A Harvard professor got a Nobel laureate award. And that's the only thing I'm going to say which is good for Harvard. It's very important to understand the bias and how we use data. Data have the bias of our history. If I ask the data whether it was worthwhile or not to eliminate slavery, considering the data we have, AI would have said, no, no way. What do you think about that? How many observations do I have? 10,000 quadrillions of observations. And what is the data going to tell me? Oh, no, do not eliminate slavery. Giving the vote to women is overrated. Equity, forget about it. Is that clear? Somebody here asked about the biases and the languages, right? It's very important to understand that the data that we're providing to the data has a huge bias. So there's a distance between the statistical information, and our beliefs. Our beliefs evolve. And the best changes we've made in humankind comes from the fact that a very small group of people decided that something was unacceptable. We do not execute people publicly anymore, but if in the Middle Ages everybody was executed publicly. So the thing is, how did that decision happen? It's not because we voted or because we were asking the people that we were executing or a computer. No, it was a wonderful entertainment. We eliminated that and American soccer, which was more or less the same violence. But the thing about these changes is that our beliefs can be different to what the statistics show. So we do not manage life with statistics. Statistics is only 5% of what we say. We are persuasive in 95% of what we say because of the history, because of the storytelling. And the storytelling can be maybe opposed to what the statistics suggest. Once we understood what were the statistics problems of AI, we then transformed that into aspects that we human beings do, for instance. And actually, the acronym is EPOC. EPOC is the AI epoch, which in Spanish does not make so much sense. But anyway, we just will keep that term, epoch. And we just link this to the abilities of human beings, skills, things that we human beings do. Empathy, E for emotional intelligence, also compassion, P for presence and human contact. I love soccer. I do love soccer. And I can tell you that my father came from Argentina. My mom came from Spain. And I saw Argentina win the World Cup in one of the most extraordinary matches that I've ever seen. It was 4 a.m. in Australia. I was alone in a little room. I was so moved. For how long? 45 seconds, because after we won, I saw the interview, I just cried, and then I went to bed. If I had been in a bar in Spain instead of in my room alone, I would have enjoyed with Argentinian people so much. By the way, on the next day, Argentinians were destroyed in the beach because they were so tired that they didn't even want to go and drink. But anyway, it's not the same. Feeling sad or feeling happy when you are with human contact amongst other individuals. So there's no replacement for hacks. As a Latin, I can tell you. O is openness, judgments, ethics. Openness means the fact that we change views, opinions. We may disagree between what the data suggests and what we believe. C for creativity and imagination. It's very important. I'd just like to underline a couple of things. How much longer do I have?
Okay. No, como que si son las 12:30 tenemos que... Tú después me dices. Está bien. Okay. Entonces, la parte creativa...
So the creativity is very important, and we need to distinguish between creativity and imagination, which is art, versus replication. Once again, if I enter into the data Van Gogh's painting technique, and I can give you the picture of one of yours, and I can tell the computer, please draw this as if you were Van Gogh. And it's going to be something which is extraordinarily similar to what Van Gogh would have painted. By the way, I'm going to go to one of the art students here and ask the same thing, and with the same picture, they're going to do it similarly. With the same colors that Van Gogh used to do, yellow, orange, and red. And I'm going to ask you, Would you pay $2 million for that painting? How many of you? No one? Ah, that's interesting. Because it is not the result that is important. It is the authenticity of the result. So when I listen to Shakira, I know that Shakira's music nowadays is not as authentic as the one she had 15 years back. And to me, it's easy to differentiate. And I'm a musician. To me, it's very different to understand the difference. I imagine that the creativity and creation process she has is replicating somehow what is happening around her. But when she was beginning, everything was very original. So there's one part which is creativity. It's a singular, original creativity, which is producing something which is very far away from the data that is being observed. And the last one, the H, is very interesting. Hope and vision, leadership, is the ability to produce something that other people feel hope. What is hope? Hope is thinking that something is going to happen when there's a low probability for that to happen. The fact that we have a computer at minute number 90 when the Atlético de Madrid is playing against Real Madrid in Lisbon, the computer says, let's finish, let's go home. It's a waste of time. Why are you going to wait and waste your time watching the football match? When is the Real Madrid normally winning? By the way, my mother is from Catalonia, so I support Barça. So yes, I'm crying. When is it that the Real Madrid is winning normally? At minute number 92. Always at minute number 92. Do you know what a computer would do? Why are you going to waste your time? Let's just play the last 3 minutes. Why are you going to waste your time? It's a waste of time. It's a waste of resources, a waste of efficiency, even better. Why are we going to go to the final cup? Doesn't make sense. Just give the cup to the Real Madrid. What for? Are you going to play the match? Are you going to send lots of people to travel, to go to a stadium, to eat, and healthy food? Half of the people are going to be very sad at the end. Why? What for? The computer then, either they are going to give the cup immediately or they're going to just cut before the end because it doesn't make sense for the computer. But being a supporter does not have to do with statistics. Being a supporter is to overcome the odds. The belief to overcome the odds, the belief that this is really going to be one of those exceptions. Hope is something that has nothing to do with statistics. Normally you say, okay, I know that the probability is 1 out of a million, but if this happens, I want to be there. That's a hope. H for hope. It's one of these things we've mapped. It's one of these actions. We've mapped it with the statistics problems we have, and what we've done with this research is that we've gone to the Office of Statistics and we've taken all of the works of the Statistics Bureau in office. There's approximately 900 occupations that have to do with tasks, 19,000 tasks approximately in the data, and what we're doing is that somehow we're using AI to measure the content of the human characteristics in each one of these tasks. So what we do is that we evaluate the empathy, presence, creativity, hope, and we see what these tasks have. And the definitions are quite complicated. This is the decision of empathy. Empathy isn't just remembering to say that, must be really hard. And you read it and you understand what that means, but it has nothing to do with the recommendations. This is the definition of empathy according to one of the psychologists. The tasks are very small codes, creating and maintaining a website or a database that support distance learning programs. These tasks are very, very short, the descriptions. For instance, you need to estimate what parts of this sentence have to do with creativity, which ones have to do with presence, empathy. For instance, that one up there is going to have a lot of creativity, but not a lot of empathy. So what we do is that different jobs are a series of tasks. This has 16 tasks, this type of job. Each one of them has a score, and we score the different tasks. And then what we do is that these are the different industries in the United States. And what we are doing is that we're calculating how many of those tasks are at risk and how many of them are going to be improved. Allow me to explain to you what we mean by tasks that are going to be improved. In economy, we have a function which is supplementarity and complementarity. Complementarity means that the two tasks need to be happening at the same time. For instance, an accountant in the 30s had to decide and judge where the accounting entry was going to happen, and it has to add and deduct at the same time, not only one of them, but the two of them, complementary. When you have complementary activities, then if I improve technologically one of them, the other one will improve also. Is this clear? So when I give the accountant a calculator, the additions and subtractions are going to be much faster. So that's augmentation. The productivity increases. If I have a set of tasks which are very different, 5 for instance, and if I'm going to replace all of them with different technologies, that job is going to be at risk. So
when the tasks are dissociated, they can be separated from each other. Let's suppose that 2 of those tasks will never be replaced. It doesn't matter. Those 5 tasks are not related, interrelated. They can be done separately. In society, we reallocate tasks, and that type of job disappears. So what's interesting in the US is that this number, the size of this little ball, is the amount of people. This number of tasks has very low augmentation and very high risk. So their risk of disappearing is very high. A lot of these jobs are going to be redefined, and there are many jobs in the middle that will be improved. I'm going to show you that all jobs are going to be redefined, but there's risk associated with all of them. Very few are at zero. All jobs are going to have to go through redefinition. Tasks will be changed. This is going to have a huge impact. A lot of our tasks are very low in terms of epoch, so it doesn't make sense for a computer not to do them. But there are many jobs and tasks that are going to be improved. In the US, this is quite positive because there are about 4 or 5% of jobs that are really at risk. And there are about 60% of jobs that are going to be augmented significantly. So that's good news. It's quite a positive vision. Second thing I think is positive is the fact that these characteristics of empathy, presence, judgment, creativity, hope, and vision, compassion, are not necessarily correlated with income or access to the financial system. One of the problems of the 2 industrial revolutions we had previously is that people that could take advantage of them needed to have access to the financial system, high levels of education, and so naturally they were associated with inequality of income, and they produced a higher inequality of income. So instead of accepting this, we're trying to reject this because we are seeing social results that we didn't like. So we said we don't like this result, this outcome, so we want to stop the technological revolution. That's what happened. So that tension comes from the fact that not everybody had access to the same technologies, and society was not responding to these shocks. So part of the polarization we see and this populist discourse that we have in all our countries is resulting from the fact that we haven't paid attention to this. which seems quite surprising to me. The extreme right party in the US today is the party that represents the working class. It's quite unthinkable, or would have been unthinkable in the past. But what's happening in the US is that a lot of the arguments, the working class has been forgotten about in many respects by the traditional advocates of the working class. So we're going to have to readjust the whole of society, and we're looking for shortcuts to prosperity, but there is no such thing as a shortcut to prosperity. Anyway, what's happening regarding this is that we've got to introduce these changes and adjust to them. Now, part of what we're trying to do is think how we can scale up all this research and make it useful, not just in the US, but in all other countries in the world. The Spanish Statistical Bureau has a lot of good information on occupations. They're different. Each statistical bureau is different, but the companies all have an HR manual. Everybody at the universities have their different syllabuses, but in practice this can be scaled up to try and understand what we're teaching people at colleges and schools, and not just what we're teaching, but what or to what degree that contains epoch, what degree of epoch we are demanding from the different jobs. Job profiles and descriptions in companies are much more detailed than those of the Bureau of Statistics. If you've got a large company, you've got a huge amount of jobs that are not even included in the data of the Statistical Bureau. Analyst 1, Analyst 2, Analyst 3, you name it. So we have the opportunity of measuring the amount of epoch, not just at the Statistical Bureau level, but in university syllabuses, school syllabuses, jobs. When you place an ad to look for a worker, what kind of thing you want to highlight, etc., to understand our recruitment process and our education process better. So we did something very quickly for the Spanish Bureau of Statistics, and this gives us the degrees of risk and potentiality in on the labor market in Spain. This is American data being used to measure the situation in Spain. But anyway, there is no reason not to do this. So there are many, many people that have a very high risk and some potentiality. This is the riskier part of the data. But what I wanted to show you is part of the research we're doing. We wanted to do this for the US, but for other countries in the world. But the point is, how are we going to train these programs so that they manage all these specific descriptions? In Venezuela, we'll call a car a cart, and you'll call it a car here. Now, that's going to be, we'll have to consider things like that for the different programs. And what I was saying before was that the degree of augmentation does not depend on the degree of knowledge or education of people. And the reason is that there are a lot of well-educated people, very high level of education, but zero initiative. Typically, they're called professors, lecturers and professors. So it's not clear that education per se cannot be replaced. We'll see what happens. But all joking to one side, this is what we're trying to do next. We're dealing with the Statistics Bureau because we've got a lot of clean data and we can see how jobs have changed over time, and we're working on that. But our function, our expectation is to implement this in the future. I want to finish by saying just one thing and then we'll have a Q&A and we'll go to the panel discussion. I'm not sure whether this is right or not. I'm not sure whether epoch, EPOCH are the true characteristics or attributes, but what I am sure about is that we as human beings are going to exist and have to work together with computers. It's not one either or. It's we're going to be with computers. So what are we going to be doing as human beings? Now, this question should be addressed differently. Typically, the question is, what do computers do today? And we look at the kind of stuff that is being transformed today. So since we can write memos, we think that the people that write memos are going to disappear. Now, that strategy is very short term. Very short term. I think that the mistakes in the past were due to the fact that we were too short term in our analysis of what technology was doing. Now, what we did was something different. We did it differently. We thought, now, what things can technology not do? Not now and never. It's very possible that jobs that we consider at risk are not really at risk, because we're not asking who is at risk today. What we're asking is what kind of profession is going to be replaced today. But that's not the question. The question is, will there come a time when technology will put this profession at risk? Now that is the question we're asking. So we've got a little bit more time than what the data tells us, but we should think about how we're going to organize our education system and highlight these issues. And the biggest challenge that I see is that how are we going to teach humans to be more human? That's the big challenge. Thank you very much.
Pregunta?
Questions? Let's start the panel. Let's do the panel discussion and have the questions at the end. Yeah, we'll make, because we're running a bit late. Michael, Steve, we're going to begin with the questions for Roberto, but obviously we're going to allow questions for everybody. Let's start with, if we cannot understand Venezuelan, I'll translate it, don't worry. Venezuelan, Argentinian, actually. Good. To make the most of time, let's start with a few questions. I see hands raised. Good. My microphone, can you hear me? Good. Right. This gentleman here first. Please, microphone, please. I've got 4 grandchildren aged 8 to 3 years of age. And with my children, the revolution is going to be so fast that it's going to affect them, my children. But my question is, what should I recommend to my grandchildren? Not my children, my grandchildren. They're 3 years to 8 years of age. What should their education be? What jobs should they be looking at? Well, well, congratulations, first of all, for your family, large family. But I wouldn't stop worrying about my children. Let's say your children are 40, 45 in Spain. Your children are going to live till they're 95. What are they going to do over the next 50 years? So I wouldn't stop considering my children, not just my grandchildren I would think about, but also my children. We're all going to have to reinvent ourselves. The traditional cycle of life is not really optimal. We should understand that this life cycle that we chose it when our life expectancy was 40, 50 years of age. But life expectancy in Spain today is 85, 90 years of age, more if you're a woman. We have to think that what you learned when you were 25 is going to be useless for the next 70 years of your life. So At some stage in your life, you're going to have to reinvent yourself several times, probably. So you've got a huge opportunity. Your children will have opportunities to reinvent themselves. My advice is don't subestimate the value of art, psychology, philosophy, anthropology, understanding of human behavior. Don't underestimate things which typically, when we got a problem with a budget, we eliminate. In Spain, when you got no money, the first thing you kick out sociologists and people in the arts and humanities. Now, this doesn't mean that we shouldn't study mathematics and computing. You've got to learn mathematics and Python. But we're not going to do it. Nobody adds up today. They use calculators. Do you know how to add up? Raise your hand. Yes. But if I give you a list of 4 numbers, 4-digit numbers, you won't do it manually. You'll use your calculator, your phone. So we do know how to add up, but it doesn't mean that we do it manually or physically. And the same is going to happen in engineering, in physics, in you name it, you know. But the important part of engineering is not Python, it's the brilliance of the individual mind. In the ingenium, the creativity. So I would tell you, don't underestimate the human side of things. Don't underestimate what gringos call soft skills. Yes. This is more than a question, it's a comment about epoch, what you were talking about. You said that you weren't sure about these values. I would bet that it will be epoch plus other things, because in previous industrial revolutions, in the 4 previous ones, a series of abilities emerged which were unknown until then. So I think epoch will extend to include other things. That's one thing. And another comment has to do with soft abilities, soft skills. I think that technology, and specifically AI, the way they're getting involved and being used in business, will lead us to seek an understanding, greater understanding of the dynamics of humanity, because technology introduces tremendous change, and most interventions are failing because of the inability to add to that vision the impact that it has on human beings and teams. Well, questions is all very well, and opinions and comments, but we'd rather have specific questions rather than long comments. I'm not criticizing, but please, we are, time is of the essence. I'm a user of chat. I've tried complexity. I'd like to know from the second speaker, have you used this? For a small company like me, there are 7 of us. We have a turnover of €500,000 a year. I don't know whether we can hire a bot. How, in a small services company, what can AI give me, and where should I start? Chat GPT, cloud, a bot, hire a bot? Practical advice as to how we should begin.
It's a very good question. I believe it's perplexity that you're using. Quick question. How many people in your organization? 7.
7 people.
Who's the most technically literate? Oh, okay. So I'll give a self-serving answer. I would identify, if I were you, I would obviously like to know more about your company, but the standard template that I would offer in these circumstances is, what is the thing that your company does best, where your customers are happiest, and what is the thing where you get the most criticism or the biggest pain point? with your employees or your customers. Then I would design or propose a use case, do a promptathon using Perplexity or using ChatGPT or using, you can use the free versions of these things to discover how you can take a measurable, this is the key, a measurable first step to improving what you're doing well and minimizing the harms of the thing that your organization does not do well. And, I talk about the importance of iteration. I think that promptathons and identifying use cases are a way of identifying where you are likely, this goes back to Stephen's comment about minimum viable prototypes. What are the fastest, cheapest, simplest first steps you can learn to gain insight? I'm now going to say something important. The big mistake I see small organizations doing and big organizations doing is they get a technology. And you know why they get the technology? To solve the problem. But the problem is almost always different than what you think it is. So what you should do first is do something that gets you insight into the problem, the real problem you are seeking to solve. I think Perplexity is a very good engine for playing with things. You could simulate and emulate a chatbot or certain kinds of things to do, but that's going to be a prototype. To move something into production format is going to be more of a challenge. But begin not with how you want to solve the problem, but what kind of insights you need to reduce the risk associated with investing in improving what you do best and reducing the pain inside the company and with your customers. That's where I would start.
Yeah. In fact, use the artificial intelligence to help you create that insight.
Yes.
So in fact, if you have the data, it is likely that the machine will find the pattern that you are not seeing.
Exactly.
So you said for that, I think it will be very good. I mean, I don't know how much data you have if you're a firm of 7 people, but it is conceivable that you have enough data that you try to find the areas where the customers are more unhappy, depending on the number of customers that you have. The computer will detect that, and it will find what are the correlations that are associated with that unhappiness. So,
but my only edit to that is why I wanted you to look at both sides of the curve. I am very interested in KPIs, key performance indicators like customer lifetime value. The statistics that I have studied, the data that I have studied, says that there are 2 sure ways of making more money. Getting more money from your best customers and preventing customer churn. Those are the 2 things you want to focus on. Once the customer has left, it is too late for you. So you want to identify an at-risk customer, and you look which customers are happiest. Your happiest customers are almost always willing to do more because they're happy with the relationship. Sometimes in the relationship, all they want to do is want you to listen to them.
AI is marvelous because we got Venezuelan here, and now we've got different avatars that speak English in any language you choose to think of. Good. Any more questions?
So Juan Latasa from the MIT Alumni Association. So thank you all for being here. I want to ask a generic question to all 3 professors because I'm curious, hearing all of you at the end, and as an MIT alumni myself, I'm curious to know how is MIT in the curricular programs, facing this challenge. For those of us who have been there a few years, we know how hard it was. For the new alumni or new students from Spain going there, what are the main changes that you as professors, as lecture professors, are proposing in your areas to face these challenges? Epoch is one clear area of probably discovery for MIT, because MIT is not well known for soft skills, but how about the other areas? I'm curious, in a short summary, please. Thank you.
So management, my friend, were you in the Sloan School? Yes, no?
I was a bachelor.
Okay. So, the management is about empathy, hope, vision, leadership, persuasion, creativity, imagination. So actually MIT is pretty good at the soft skills. We just don't call them soft.
Steve? Yeah, I'll just answer briefly. Sort of what Roberto was saying is that at MIT, top-ranked engineering school, top-ranked science school, et cetera, but also top-ranked management school. And I'll just reflect on my colleagues' presentations today, how often they talked about human beings and value when talking about technology. Their presentations weren't about the code and the data and the bits and bytes. It was about the human values and whether this technology would enhance or diminish the experience of other human beings. So, and just for those of you who've not been to MIT, when you're there, I do encourage you to visit Building 7 in our lobby and just look up at the mission of MIT, which is to advance the understanding of science and technology for the benefit of society. So I think actually, to what Roberto was saying, we're actually pretty good on the soft skills. We just don't say they're soft skills. They're just skills of doing what we do.
I am very bad at soft skills, so I will double down on my strengths. I would say that one of the great things about MIT is that overwhelmingly, on average, the students are smarter than the faculty. And oftentimes, but not always, work harder than faculty. The course curricula, the professors, the grad students, the postdocs, the organizations that seem to be doing the best in this domain are the ones that put the students, that people are comfortable learning from the students. Yep. My one connection here is, and I don't mean this to be rude, but again, we talked about my absence of soft skills. There is clearly a generational break between how older people and younger people perceive and experience digital technologies in general, and perhaps generative AI tools in particular. So I urge people to turn that bug into a feature and see if there are ways they can learn from their, yes, grandchildren, as well as their children or their partners on getting greater value from these capabilities.
El señor sí, por favor.
Thank you very much. Another MIT alumni. So I would like to go to the side of investment. What would you suggest to a VC right now that wants to invest in AI? What are the things you have to focus on?
VC, venture capital.
Venture capitalists.
Okay, sure, okay.
Thank you very much.
Oof. Wow.
¿Una pregunta? No, yo tengo varias.
I've got several questions more.
Horrible at investing. So in fact, actually, my advice to you will be in whatever investing I do exactly the opposite. I have a perfect record of making mistakes. And if I buy any technology, sell that company. This is going to go down the drain.
I will give you a contrarian view. If I wanted to monetize, I would part of my investment would go into organizations that threaten to sue for violation of intellectual property rights, the very first question that I was asked here. So you get lawsuits and regulatory actions, and you're doing this to protect creative people, ordinary people. So that is the threat, that is the business model, the threat, the litigate to grow, to monetize litigation. If I were, and I just full disclosure, I do angel investing in generative AI. I don't want to give the particular name, but the theme in generative AI that I'm looking for is aspirational. That is to say, I wish I was an artist. I wish I was a musician. I wish I could do this. And how do you create, and this is what you're looking at, you run them through, and with these tools, they can become what they imagine themselves being without working as hard. I can play an instrument. I'm not really playing an instrument, but I'm collaborating with this multimodal capability. So people, you appeal to something that is missing in people. I actually think demographically that is going to be a growth market. That said, the one negative thing I'm going to say is you are asking this question literally the same week that Apple kind of let people know that its immersive virtual reality headset, which was very well designed, and they spent conservatively several $100 million developing it, and it did not get the traction they expected. So you know, it's the Schumpeter line about creative. It's very hard to predict the future in this regard. But my view is, don't begin with the technological innovation. Begin with what people feel are missing in their lives. I actually think generative AI is going to have a bigger affective impact than effective impact.
Ahí, bueno, el de atrás primero, que nunca da, después a ti.
For the presentation, amazing. All the time I'm thinking in the cost of the artificial intelligence in terms of money. Today we have two types of artificial intelligence, the expensive one that is more powerful than the cheap one. And my question is about the future and in terms of equality. How do you see the future between these people that can pay the artificial intelligence with cost and the people with not? And the countries that have artificial intelligence, and the companies that have the more powerful artificial intelligence with the companies and countries that they don't have, that they have the cheap one. How do you see the future? Thank you.
So I didn't fully get the question. I do think that we have this technology, I think, is very easily accessible for everybody. So I mean, unless we start...
What is the cost of ChatGPT?
No, I mean, the ChatGPT, I mean, if you want to do this really sophisticated things in OpenAI, so our research, we had to pay OpenAI, but what we were doing is quite sophisticated. I mean, but anyone in Venezuela, the main limitation in Venezuela is not access to OpenAI or ChatGPT or cloud. It will be electricity. So if you provide electricity, then I think it's simple. I mean, I don't know. I mean, anyone, Steve or Mike, do you see any limitation for a country that will be able to access ChatGPT somehow?
No.
No. So
especially if you go back to nuclear.
But exactly. So the limitations, I think, are the following: is what the energy cost, the data that will be added to ChatGPT. So when you put your private memo into ChatGPT, then somebody has that private memo. Is that clear? So imagine that you have a brilliant idea, and when you put it in these tools, actually now somebody else has it. Is that okay? So if you wanted to do something confidential, I mean, the military doesn't do that, okay? So the military will do that for things that they don't mind that become public. But I think that will be the only limitation that exists. And if you have different services, I think that's, I mean, we also, when you go to the stadium, you have pay different prices for the different seats. So there are different needs, and we will have different prices. So I actually think that this is a very democratic type of innovation. It's that it will be easily available, and the question is how you implement them. Now, of course, the less sophisticated, please be more judgmental about the outcomes that you're getting, be more purposeful about what you're going to ask, because the ones that are older versions or simpler versions are more likely to make a mistake. So, just take that into account in your decision. Ultimately, you're not going to delegate the decision to the computer. You're going to use that as an input for your decision. It's hard for me to see about any constraints here. I mean, ChatGPT, the only constraint has been capacity, that 2 million people are accessing, things like that. But other than that, environmental, maybe too much electricity. But that's it.
El señor primero, después tú.
So it's very clear for me that artificial intelligence is also to have a substantial impact on the competitiveness and on the productivity. However, I'm not sure, and I've been reading different opinions, and I would like to know yours, to what extent it's going to be able to generate sustainable competitive advantages in the long term, or if it's going to just be something that is going to be necessary for any kind of company, a little bit like the internet, so it's going to change the competitive environment, but it's not going to be a differentiator. No? Or, on the contrary, you'll actually be able to build sustainable advantages for your company. What's your perception on this?
I would start with Steve, and then all of you could say something. No?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I have great skepticism about the ability of technology alone to provide sustainable competitive advantage. It goes back to this, that we're all lucky enough to live in largely democratic, largely market-based economies, which means that if someone has an innovation, typically what they want to do is optimize their own utility by optimizing as much utility as they can for everybody. And this goes back to my original example of Toyota versus everyone else in that industry, which was, it was a level playing field, right? Same market opportunity, same science and technology, same raw materials, same capital equipment, but these differences in outcome of half in, twice out, et cetera. So looking at this technology, which my colleagues have just said is going to be widely available as it becomes more reliable, more capable, more democratized, then it sounds like you need to understand it as a means to augmenting the human intelligence in your organization. And one last thought is augment the human intelligence starting with the identification of problems other people have for which they will value greatly the solutions you provide.
My immediate response is yes, it will be generative AI mashed up in some form with predictive AI and other forms of, quote, intelligence, digitalized intelligence, will be table stakes, will get you in the game. I will sound like a weasel in my response to your second, but I'm happy to do that. When one talks about sustainable competitive advantage, the first question that pops to my mind is, how long is sustainable? I mean, if you're looking for a decade or 15 years, I don't think that's the case. If you're looking for 3 to 4 years, depends on the use case. But in many industries and many use cases, yes, the innovative application of generative AI capabilities will be a source of competitive advantage. Now, what is the single biggest difference between sources of competitive advantage with AI and human beings? Easy question, easy answer. This is the first technology we've launched that can also learn to get better. It learns to get better. So it's not just how well the humans learn, it's how well the technology learns. And if you I'm old-fashioned. If you train the technology well, it will learn to sustain its competitive advantage longer. And then the question becomes, is it doing so ethically, economically, et cetera? And that brings us full circle to transparency, interpretability, explainability, because you don't want sustainable competitive advantage from unethical or illegal model behavior.
Yeah, Roberto, the economist.
The view of the economist. The heartless economist. I actually think that this technology is going to be stratospherically productive for humankind. So if we use them correctly. And the question in here is in the if. So if we create the conditions in which this technology allows us to redesign our society, our products, again, this is a general purpose technology, which means that it's going to have spillovers everywhere. So actually the technology per se might not be the source of wealth and welfare, is how we use it everywhere, change transportation and so on. And there are many technologies that we have already implemented that have not had that effect yet. I mean, Uber, at the end of the day, Uber is a taxi. It's a person that you don't know that takes you from A to B and you pay the person with a phone, okay? This is exactly like a taxi. You just call the taxi different, but you have a taxi. It has not changed transportation. But Uber might have the ability to change ownership of cars, which cars we manufacture, because we don't need to own a car if you have a fleet of cars that are surrounding you, and then you take them everywhere. See, that transformation has not even happened, because all these technologies get adopted first, and then they have the impact elsewhere. So Uber will have an impact on transportation. In fact, actually, probably it's not going to be Uber, which is kind of a point.
My translation of what he's saying, just to connect Robert to Steve, that as Uber becomes more successful, the big threat to Toyota is not Ford or General Motors.
Exactly.
It's Uber.
It's Uber, exactly. So exactly. So in that sense, here, the aspect that will limit adoption of these are things that are related to how prepared are we to adopt the technology, how willing are we to adopt the technology, how much do we trust the technology. And for that, we need to construct the institutions that will kind of foster that. So truly, from country perspectives, I think it can have a magnificent impact. So in my view, if you are constantly violating privacy in a country, you're constantly abusing your workers in a country, if you use the AI to optimize human beings as if they're widgets, well, that country will not actually make it, because people will fight the adoption of the technology. If you do it the other way, I do think that you will have a big chance.
Yeah, thank you. Just going to that question exactly, and to kind of the barriers to entry to this technology, right? There's the point on the language bias, right? So these models are trained in English, and so there's the Spanish-speaking community that might, this language, these models speak Spanish, but it was not the native language of these models were trained on, right?
And it was formal Spanish, not Castilian Spanish.
Exactly, exactly.
It's the wrong dialect. Shame on us. Yes, sorry.
But there's also a cultural bias in terms of these models were also the early TEF process was done using or by people in Silicon Valley, right? So ChatGPT is actually a male, white male living in San Francisco, right? So you can think about that, but there's also the point on certain geographies, and going to your point on institutions, right? There's certain regulations coming on, the AI Act, but also China or Russia not letting people use these tools. So I guess my question is can you dig deeper into your comment on institutions? What is the role of institutions? I guess who's gonna get the productivity increases if institutions don't let us do it, right?
Okay, so
round number 3, Roberto and then Michael.
Yeah, so I mean, it's hard to predict, but let me just give you my view of regulations. Regulations are like the brakes on the car. People, when you said, what does the brake allows you to do? Most people said, stop the car. No, that's what they do. That's not what they allow you to do. What the brake does is to allow you to drive faster. And because the brake stops the car, allows you to drive faster. So the countries that think about the institutions as a brake said, what are the type of regulations and institutions that I have to instill in such a way that the adoption and the use of the AI technology can be done in a way that people feel safe, then those are the countries that are going to be succeeding. Now, most politicians, because they are going to be scared about the short-term losses of jobs, are going to be only emphasizing the negative aspect of the technology. And therefore, they will try to do whatever it takes to stop from implementation. Those are the countries that are going to lose, for sure. But the countries that actually think about how can we use this technology in such a way that we feel safe, that there's someone that has responsibilities for the answers, that we explain what are the reasonable answers that we get here, then I do think that they will take advantage. And this is not going to happen economy-wide. It's going to happen per sectors. So somebody will start doing AI on portfolios. Is that okay? It's going to be a tiny thing. But it's going to be AI on portfolios, and then finance will take over. And therefore, you will see it there. But then people will realize, well, I can make other advice. Education. What you should train, Jaime? I don't know. But somebody will figure it out that by using the data, I can make a recommendation of what are the type of things that you are missing that you can go and acquire in the education system. So therefore, you know, these things we will be able to test. I think that the harm of these answers are not terrible. I mean, the worst that can happen is that you spend some time learning something, okay? So in that sense, I think that it will happen in a disorganized manner. But the countries that are willing to try and use it in a way that creates safety, those are the institutions that will help. If you're concerned about, you know, people stealing and hacking, it's going to be really hard to actually be willing to use this technology. But yes, that's one.
The obvious thing I'm going to say is it's time to reread Joseph Schumpeter, Creative Destruction. You know, I think you look, and I don't mean this answer to be political in any way, shape, or form. We talk about the democratization of AI. We could also talk about populist AI. We see populist movements. We see anti-institutional movements politically. My view is the institutions will have to be more dramatically, radically more adaptive, or they will simply cease to exist. Personal story, I advised a company, a guy I've known for years, was the CEO for a company. It's in the education space. Its name begins with C. You can find it out. Since the launch of ChatGPT and Anthropic, the market cap, the market capitalization, the VC person here should pay attention, it's dropped 99%. Okay? This was a over $15 billion valuation company, now worth, I do not think it will be around in a year, okay? I know that's anecdata, but I believe that this is, you know, Roberto put up the revolutions, okay? This is a revolution. There are many institutions that will not survive this revolution. We can talk about whether or not they deserve to survive over drinks.
No tenemos más tiempo. Steve, would you like to add something?
I think what you're hearing from my colleagues is as information, well, data gets processed into signal, and the signal flows faster and faster and faster. Some of that signal being high fidelity, and some of it to the
noise.
Some of it being noise or deliberately signal, but in a disruptive way. It puts more burden on institutions to be self-critical about how to maintain the legitimacy. I think what Michael was, look, they just gave a Nobel Prize about the importance of having reliable institutions in societies. So I'll defer to that. And to Michael's point here about the necessity of being self-critical, to ask the question, is the institution actually providing a value to society that wouldn't be provided otherwise? So that's the initial conditions necessary for an institution to be created, but then does it maintain its legitimacy by recognizing the changing environment in which it's operating and adapt itself? And I think the frustration that a lot of us have, whether it's our local bureaucracy within whatever the little institution is or a governmental bureaucracy, is the lack of alignment that has with actual societal need. And so then it's not helpful, it becomes coercive.
And that lack of self-criticism.
That lack of self-criticism, right? And then, and actually picking up on what Michael said is, the larger the gap forms between the utility of the institution and what's actually needed, and couple that with greater rigidity, which is sort of the antithesis of self-corrective self-criticism, more and more it has to become suppressive to maintain its viability.
I think it's time to close.
It's a good depressing note, don't you think?
Well, no. Let me end it on an optimistic end, which is at least most of us here come from societies which at least espouse on a regular basis the importance of legitimacy and coupling institutional legitimacy with respect for individuals, the families, and the communities of which they're part. And so long as we continue to hold to those things, right? The keep demanding the legitimacy of institutions subject to the condition that their legitimacy is earned and renewed by valuing individuals, the families, and the communities that they're part. I think we're in good shape.
Yes.
I actually, just one last thing on this, is there are other societies which don't seek institutional legitimacy, and they certainly don't value individuals, the families, and the communities of which they're part as their primary objective. They have enormous potential to be destructive to the rest of us, and we have reason to fear that. On the other hand, their ability to be constructive is really quite limited. So the longer-term fears out of them is very low. The fear of their ability to do vandalism on the rest of us is very high, which sort of directs us a little bit. But I want to end on that positive note. We're all blessed to live, and I just want to say, Roberto gave, I think, a very moving acknowledgement to this society. And he expressed his thanks for the openness of Spanish society to Venezuelan society specifically, and Latin American society more generally. And we're all fortunate to live in societies with such values.
Okay, a round of applause.
Gracias.
Decirles que por parte del MIT estamos encantados de haber estado aquí. Les agradezco la paciencia y la...
We MIT are delighted to be here. Thank you very much for your patience and for being so participative, and let's hope to see you again soon.